Falling back on that ass for a hella five gangster lean. Getting funky like an old batch of collard greens. It's the capital yes, O double O P D O double G. Can you see? Chip bugger in the motherfucking house. Chip bugger in the motherfucking house. Chip bugger. Bugger. What's good, my brother? Bugger, my brother. Yes, sir, my bugger brother. Brother Bugger. Hey, Brother Bugger. Makes you sound like a reverend. Brother Bugger. Yes, sir. Just woke up. Well, good morning, brother. Or good evening, actually. Wait, what time is it by you, bro? It's 5:04 here, so it might be earlier or later by you. I don't remember. I know we're like 2 or 3 hours behind each other, I believe. 3 p.m.? That's what I thought. So 2 hours. Yeah, you're about 2 hours behind me. All right, so yeah, working on that tune, bro. I'll show you what I got so far. I still got a little bit more to record because my verse cuts off after a few bars. All right, this is what we got so far, Chip. Oh shit! Hold on. Oh fuck! I don't think it's gonna play. Hold on, let me try closing an internet browser. Hopefully, I don't know if it's gonna work. Battle, 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 battle. It's lagging, but it should start going pretty good in a second. Hold on. Battle, battle. Motherfucker battle right from the very start. You don't wanna see my mind, cause that shit is very dark. I'm gonna attack like a piranha, and I'ma kill like a shark. I have these fuckers second guessing, like where the fuck do I start? This motherfucker's psycho crazy, and he doesn't have a heart. And if he does, that motherfucker's got it covered by a tarp. What? You already know they're in disguise. They love THC, he gives them butterflies. They're quick to talk shit, but they never wanna rise. Pussies, always on the hunt, always on the kill. But they ain't about shit when that confrontation gets real. Bitch, tell me how you feel. Over here trying to sweet talk and cut a deal. Bitch, you ain't real. I said you never were. I'ma beat that ass and the rest gon' be a blur. Don't believe me, try me, motherfucker. You always be a cuck and a cocksucker. I'ma make you suffer. Fall in the ring and out your Bruce Buffer. I'ma bury you like Jimmy Hoffa and be home in time for supper. Hit him with a left, right, hit him with an upper. And this is where I gotta finish my bars. And then it cuts into your verse. Battle, 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 battle.
A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life, pizza by the slice. A battle for your life, a battle for the pipe. A battle for your life, fight to hit it twice. A battle for your life, a battle over dice. A battle for your life, gamble for your life. A battle for your life, a battle for advice. A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life, pizza by the slice. A battle for the pipe, fight to hit it twice. A battle over dice, gamble for your life. A battle for advice, never think twice. A battle with the stars, driving fast cars. A battle for the bars, it's gonna leave stars. A battle with the gods, you can't beat the odds. A battle with the minds, lobotomized times. Battle. 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 battle, battle.
Alright, I got it.
What a minds, lobotomized times. Battle, battle,
Alright, that's fine.
battle, 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 battle. Battle, 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 battle. Battle, 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 battle. Battle, 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 battle,
Yeah, I know you did a lot.
You hungry yet?
A little bit. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it drags my PC whenever cause of OBS, bro. OBS takes up the most RAM of your computer, bro. That's why if I didn't have 64 gigs, bro, I wouldn't be able to run all this shit. On 32 gigs, it barely ran, bro. On 64, I'm pretty good, but yeah, it doesn't. But yeah, now this shit's done. I did all your entire thing. I fixed your verse.
Battle, battles, motherfucker battle right from the very start. You don't wanna see my mind, cause that shit is very dark. I'm gonna attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. I have these fuckers second guessing, like where the fuck do I start? This motherfucker's psycho crazy and he doesn't have a heart. And if he does, that motherfucker's got it covered by a tarp. What? You already know they're in disguise. They love THC, he gives them butterflies. They're quick to talk shit, but they never wanna rise. Pussies, always on the hunt, always on the kill. But they ain't about shit when that confrontation gets real. Bitch, tell me how you feel. Over here trying to sweet talk and cut a deal. Bitch, you ain't real. I said you never were. I'ma beat that ass and the rest gon' be a blur. Don't believe me, try me, motherfucker. You always be a cuck and a cocksucker. I'ma make you suffer. Fall in the ring, announce a Bruce Buffer. I'ma bury you like Jimmy Hoffa and be home in time for supper. Hit him with a left, right, hit him with an upper.
A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life, pizza by the slice. A battle for your life, a battle for the pipe. A battle for your life, fight to hit it twice. A battle for your life, a battle over dice. A battle for your life, gamble for your life. A battle for your life, a battle for the vice. A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life, pizza by the slice. A battle for the pipe, fight to hit it twice. A battle over dice, gamble for your life. A battle for the vice, never think twice. A battle with the stars, driving fast cars. A battle for the bars, it's gonna leave stars. A battle with the gods, you can't beat the odds. A battle with the minds, lobotomized times.
I like this part right here. Battle. 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 Battle.
Bitch, tell me how you feel. Over here trying to sweet talk and cut a deal. Bitch, you ain't real. I said you gonna be home in time for supper. Hit him with a left, right, hit him with an upper. supper. Hit him with a left, right, hit him with an upper. Hit him with a left, right, hit him with an upper. Hit him with a left, right, hit him with an upper. Right, hit him with an upper. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Left, right, hit him with an upper. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Left, right, hit him with an upper. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. With an upper. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Like I was a trucker, bitch. You already know what it's about. I'ma do this shit, I never needed no clout. Always on my grind, always on my fucking shit. An upper, hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Right, hit him with an upper. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. With a jackknife like I was a trucker. A jackknife like I was a trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Jackknife like I was a trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. I was a trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Jackknife like I was a trucker. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. With a jackknife like I was a trucker. Always lived a fast life, never been a sucker. Jackknife like I was a trucker. Always lived a fast life, never been a sucker. Been a sucker. Trucker, always lived a fast life, never been a sucker. just lived a fast life, never been a sucker. Battle, 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 battle. Fast life, never been a sucker. Battle, 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 battle. Sucker. Battle, battle, sucker. Battle, 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 battle. Battle, 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 battle.
It's all good, brother. It's all good. Shit, are you at work right now, or you, oh no, you're still at home. That's right. No, it's all good, bro. Don't even worry about it. I mean, I know it sucks for your behalf, but on my behalf, it's all good, bro. I understand. Battle, battle, battle. Oh shit, the buffer came on? What the fuck? I finished the song, by the way, brother. You want to hear it? This is it.
Battle, 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 battle. Motherfucker battle right from the very start. You don't wanna see my mind, cause that shit is very dark. I'm gonna attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. I have these fuckers second guessing like where the fuck do I start? This motherfucker's psycho crazy and he doesn't have a heart. And if he does, that motherfucker's got it covered by a tarp. What? You already know they're in disguise. They love THC, he gives them butterflies. They're quick to talk shit, but they never wanna rise. Pussies, always on the hunt, always on the kill. But they ain't about shit when that confrontation gets real. Bitch, tell me how you feel. Over here trying to sweet talk and cut a deal. Bitch, you ain't real. I said you never were. I'ma beat that ass and the rest gon' be a blur. Don't believe me, try me, motherfucker. You always be a cuck and a cocksucker. I'ma make you suffer. Fall in the ring, announce a Bruce Buffer. I'ma bury you like Jimmy Hoffa and be home in time for supper. Hit him with a left, right, hit him with an upper. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Always lived a fast life, never been a sucker. Battle, 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 battle.
A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life, pizza by the slice. A battle for your life, a battle for the pipe. A battle for your life, fight the hit it twice. A battle for your life, a battle over dice. A battle for your life, gamble for your life. A battle for your life, a battle for advice. A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life, pizza by the slice. A battle for the pipe, fight the hit it twice. A battle over dice, gamble for your life. A battle for advice, never think twice. A battle with the stars, driving fast cars. A battle for the bars, it's gonna leave scars. A battle with the gods, you can't beat the odds. A battle with the minds, lobotomized times.
Battle, 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 battle.
Fuck yeah, bro. I'm gonna upload that to my channel, but I'll still send it to you, brother, and I'll just I'll upload the second one you edit. I'll just put it in the description that it's your edit, bro, and then I'll just have it as a remix in the title. But I'll upload this because I like the way this one sounds. Yeah, it's fine, bro. All right, well, send them to me. Let me finish doing the project, bro, because I already got everything mixed and shit right now. I'll send you back everything once I'm finished doing everything. Just send me the vocals so that way I can match it up to the thing. I thought maybe that was a purposely done thing. I thought you liked it like that. Yeah, we could do that though, bro. Just let me finish doing the project. Just send me the recipe or send me your vocals of you redoing it, and I'll apply to the timeline. I can send you how mine sound over your beat. All right, go for it. All right, let me check this out. I like that better. Yeah, that sounds way better.
A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life, pizza by the slice. A battle for your life, a battle for the pipe. A battle for your life, fight to hit it twice.
All right, let me download this. I already like it. Bro, I like it. You did a good job on that. That sounds way better. All right, give me a second to open this. Hey, Chip, are you still there, bro? Can you send me just the vocals without the beat in the background? Because I just remembered it has the beat in the background, so I don't think I can use it. But if I just use your vocals like the way they sound right there, I'll be perfect. I can match them up. Mm. All right, yeah, brother. Just send me your raw vocal, or not raw vocals, but you know what I mean. Your edited vocals for how you got it with the way you just sent it to me, but without the beat in the background. Please. The first vocals I sent you were a cappella with no processing. Oh, it sounds different. Hold on. What am I on? It doesn't give me a tempo option. Oh, wait, down here. What did you say the tempo was? Chip, what was the tempo for it, bro? 96? 96? Oh, wow. I didn't even know this was here. 96 beeps. All right, let me see.
A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life, pizza by the slice. A battle for your life, a battle for
86.
the pipe. A battle for your life, fight to hit it twice. A battle for your life, a battle over dice. A battle for your life, gamble for your life. A battle for your life, a battle for advice. A battle for your life, never think.
Bro, I honestly... Thank you, bro.
Pizza by the slice, a battle.
Bro, I honestly didn't know that. Oh, shit. I recorded all that stuff, bro, and I could have stopped a long-ass time ago. All right, hold on. Let me get my shit centered on here again. Damn. I did not know that. That has me kind of Bro.
Battle, 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 battle. Motherfucker, battle right from the very start. You don't wanna see my mind, cause that shit is very dark. Shit is very dark. I'm gonna attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. Battle right from the very start. You don't wanna see my mind.
Oh, damn, bro. Damn, homie. I'm gonna have to go through all this, bro. Legit. I'm gonna have to go through every bar on here and match everything up. I did not know that, dude. I didn't know that the fucking BPM was down here, because usually I'm so used to it being on the top, like FL, and I didn't see it. And then I saw the timer for the thing, but I never noticed the tempo. Fuck, bro. Alright, hold on. Let me turn off the FX for right now. We'll put them back on once it's time to render.
Battle, 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 battle. Motherfucker, battle from the very start. You don't wanna see my mind. Battle, motherfucker, battle right from the very start. You don't wanna see my mind, cause that shit is very dark. Shit is very dark like a shark. Shit is very dark. Shit is very dark. I'm gonna attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. Mine, cause that shit is very dark. I'm gonna attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. Like a piranha, I'ma kill like a shark. Shark, I have these fuckers second guessing like where the fuck do I start? This motherfucker's psycho crazy and he doesn't have see my mind, cause that shit is very dark. I'm gonna attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. I'ma kill like a shark. Shark, I have these fuckers second guessing like attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. Shark, I have these fuckers second guessing. I'm gonna attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. Like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark.
There we go.
My mind, cause that shit is very dark. I'm gonna attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. Attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. I'm gonna attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. Dark, I'm gonna attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. Like a shark, I have these fuckers second guessing like where the fuck do I start? The shark, I have these fuckers second guessing like where the fuck do I start? Like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. I have these fuckers second guessing like where the fuck do I start? Psycho crazy and he doesn't have a heart. Guessing like where the fuck do I start? Guessing like where the fuck do I start? This motherfucker is psycho crazy and he like where the fuck do I start? Guessing like where the fuck do I start? This motherfucker is psycho crazy and he doesn't have a heart. He doesn't have a heart, and if he does that, guessing like where the fuck do I start? Where the fuck do I start? This motherfucker is psycho crazy and he doesn't have a heart. Second guessing like where the fuck do I start? This motherfucker is psycho crazy and he have a heart. Fucker second guessing like where the fuck do I start? This motherfucker is psycho crazy and he doesn't have a heart. Second guessing like where the fuck do I start? This motherfucker is psycho crazy and he doesn't have a heart. Battle, battles, motherfucker, battle right from the very start. You don't wanna see my mind, cause that shit is very dark. I'm gonna attack like a piranha and I'ma kill like a shark. I have these fuckers second guessing like where the fuck do I start? This motherfucker is psycho crazy and he doesn't have a heart. And if he does, that motherfucker's got her by a tarp. Is psycho crazy and he doesn't have a heart. And if he does, that motherfucker's got it covered by a tarp. Motherfucker is psycho crazy and he doesn't have a heart. And if he does, that motherfucker's got it covered by a tarp. tarp. Have a heart, and if he does, that motherfucker's got it covered by a tarp. Motherfuckers got it covered by a tarp. What? Butterflies. Some butterflies. They're quick to talk shit. If he does, that motherfucker's got it covered by a tarp. Covered by a tarp. What? You already know they're in disguise. You already know they're in disguise. They love PH butterflies. Some butterflies. They're quick to talk shit, but they never wanna rise. Pussies on the hunt, always on the kill. Always on the kill. Always on the kill, but they ain't about shit. And if he does, that motherfucker's got it covered by a tarp. Covered by a tarp. What? You were brother in disguise. They love THC. He gives them butterflies. Some butterflies. Some butterflies. They're quick to talk shit, but they never want. Motherfuckers got it covered by a tarp. What? You already know they're in disguise. You already know they're in disguise. Love THC. He gives them butterflies. Some butterflies. They're quick to talk shit, but they never wanna rise. Never wanna rise. Pussies always. If he does, that motherfucker's got it covered by a tarp. What? You already know they're in disguise. You already know they're in disguise. They love THC. He gives them butterflies. You already know they're in disguise. They love THC. He gives them butterflies. Some butterflies. They're quick to talk shit. You already know they're in disguise. They love THC. He gives them butterflies. In disguise. They love THC. He gives them butterflies. Already know they're in disguise. They love THC. He gives them butterflies. They're quick to talk shit. He gives them butterflies. They're quick to talk shit, but they never see. He gives them butterflies. They know they're in disguise. They love THC. He gives them butterflies. They're quick. What? You already know they're in disguise. They love THC. He gives them butterflies. They're quick to talk shit. You already know they're in disguise. They love THC. He gives them butterflies. You already know they're in disguise. They love THC. He gives them butterflies. Their eyes. Gives them butterflies. They're quick to talk shit, but they never want ice. He gives them butterflies. They're quick to talk shit, but they never wanna rise. Flies. They're quick to talk shit, but they never wanna rise. Butterflies. They're quick to talk shit, but they never wanna rise. Never wanna kill. They never wanna rise. Pussies, always on the hunt, always on the kill. Shit, but they never wanna rise. Pussies, always on the hunt, always on the kill. Butterflies, they're quick to talk shit, but they never wanna rise. Pussies, always on the hunt, always on the kill. Always on the kill, but they ain't about shit when that confrontation gets real. Big pussies, always on the hunt, always on the kill, but they ain't about shit when that confrontation gets real. Hunt, always on the kill, but they ain't about shit when that confrontation gets real. Confrontation gets real. Bitch, tell me how you feel.
A battle for the vice, a battle for your life.
Damn, that irritates the fuck out of me, bro. Wait, I know what I can do. Hold on. I got this. We'll make this shit work. Hold on a second. Make this shit work.
battle, battle, battle
for your life. It's about a slice, a battle for the pipe. A battle for your life, never think twice.
The blur, don't believe me, try me, motherfucker. You always be a cuck and a cocksucker. I'ma make you suffer. Fall in the ring, announce a Bruce Buffer. I'ma bury you like Jimmy Hoffa and be home in time for supper. Hit him with a left, right, hit him with an upper. Hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Always lived a fast life, never been a sucker. Battle, battle, battle. Battle, battle, battle,
There we go. We got it set up, bro.
battle, 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 battle.
A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life, pizza by the slice. A battle for your life, a battle for the pipe. A battle for your life, fight the hit twice. A battle for your life, a battle over dice. A battle for your life, gamble for your life. A battle for your life, a battle for the
Wait, I got an idea.
Battle,
A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life, pizza by the slice. A battle for your life, a battle for the pipe. A battle for your life, fight the hit twice. A battle for your life, a battle over dice. A battle for your life, gamble for your life. A battle for your life, a battle for the vice. A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life.
I got an idea. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna fix this. Don't worry. I got you. I got you, brother. I'm gonna fix it. Oh, it's because of the snap to grid. I was wondering why I couldn't fucking get right on it.
A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life. A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life, pizza by the slice. A battle for your battle.
Bro. Wow, Mixcraft, you fucking piece of shit. Bro, I'm tired of that shit. I'm tired of when I go to fucking edit something and the fucking shit crashes. Dude, fix your shit, fuckers. Yeah, that shit has me raging, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sitting there editing and now I gotta fucking start all over because the piece of shit doesn't want to fucking work properly. Fucking garbage. Oh, let me just go ahead and freeze and close real quick. Give me a second. Fucking garbage.
battle, battle.
A battle for your
Alright. This is fucking gay. Alright. Alright, let's see here. It's better not close on me again. Because I got it set up perfectly now. Alright, brother. I think we got it. Let me see.
Battle, battle. Fast life, never been a sucker. Battle, battle.
Hey, that's dope, bro. You like how I switched it up, bro? Yeah, I hate when that happens. Yeah, bro, it's so frustrating sometimes. See,
Hit him with an upper, hit him with a jackknife like I was a trucker. Always lived a fast life, never been a sucker. Battle, battle,
Hey, and then it cuts into the digital side of it, bro. I like this. This is fire. This is something you would do. I like this.
A battle for your life, never think twice. A battle for your life, pizza by the slice. A battle for your life, a battle for the pipe. A battle for your life, fight to hit it twice. A battle for your life, a battle over dice. A battle for your life.
All right, let me check the new one you sent. I'm gonna mute that for now.
Battle, 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 battle.
All right, I got you, brother. Let me go ahead and do that. Damn, I really like that digital one though. That shit is fire. I like that digital.
Battle.
Oh, it's still there. Okay. That would be dope, bro. Yeah, post that on your channel then on there. I'll post this version, but I'll let you do your own version.
Pizza by the slice. A battle for your life. A battle for the pipe. A battle for your life. Fight to hit it twice. A battle for your life. A battle over dice. A battle for your life. Gamble for your life. A battle for your life. A battle for the vice. A battle for your life. Never think twice. A battle for your life. Pizza by the slice. A battle for the pipe. Fight to hit it twice. A battle over dice. Gamble for your life. A battle for the vice. Never think twice. A battle with the stars. Driving fast cars. A battle for the bars. It's gonna leave scars. A battle with the gods. You can't beat the odds. A battle with the minds. Lobotomized times. Battle. Battle. Battle.
All right, brother. Oh shit. Oh fuck, Chip. I can send you the vocals, bro. Cause when I saved it, I say, oh, bro. When the fucking thing froze, I was in the process of saving it. It didn't save my bars, dude. There's no way you can remix it unless I just give you the full song. Son of a bitch, bro. It's all good though, dude. That fucking sucks. I wanted to hear it in digital, but it's all good.
past life, never been a sucker. Battle, 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 battle. Battle. Battle.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like that because I like the way that sounds, bro. There's not really much that has to be added. You kind of did your own thing, bro, and I like that. I like that a lot.
Battle.
I got it. I just had it set up wrong. I was trying to experiment with something.
Never think twice. A battle for your life. Pizza by the slice. A battle for your life. A battle for the pipe. A battle for your life. Fight to hit it twice. A battle for your life. A battle over dice. A battle for your life. Gamble for your life. A battle for your life. A battle for the vice. A battle for your life. Never think twice. A battle for your life. Pizza by the slice. A battle for the pipe. Fight to hit it twice. A battle over dice. Gamble for your life. A battle for the vice. Never think twice. A battle with the stars. Driving fast cars. A battle for the bars. It's gonna leave scars. A battle with the gods. You can't beat the odds. A battle with the minds. Lobotomized times. Battle. Battle. Battle.
Battle, 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 battle.
Damn, bro, you keep doing all this stuff for this stuff, bro. Damn, I thought we were just gonna make like a quick song. I didn't know we were gonna go in depth with everything. No, I don't mind you doing what you wanted to do, bro, but I was just kind of hoping you could do it all in a one take, you know what I'm saying? But it's my fault. It's my fault. I take full responsibility for the BPM. If I would have known that, bro, I would have changed it from the start. So that's my fault. I didn't know. I take full responsibility for the BPM issue. Everything was recorded, bro. I should have just left it. Fuck, man. I wish I would have known, though, dude. Because I started all that shit in 120, bro. I started all that shit in 120. Yeah, I know. I know, bro, but I'm not like that with rap, bro. It's just the song that I'm rapping on. I'm only like that with beats. I'm particular with beats, but rap songs I'm not so worried about because it's just vocals. It's really nothing to me. Filter, no filter. It's just vocals. There's really nothing to be awed about. I don't really like. I know there's a lot of professionals that use like auto tune and shit like that, but it doesn't awe me. I'm not impressed by stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe it's just that it's. I don't know. I don't get impressed by stuff like that. I like it, but I'm not impressed by it. I guess to me, it's just socialization. I'm just socializing on a beat. That's all I'm really doing. That's all I look at rap as, bro. Is it's socialization. I'm just socializing. That's really it. I don't get into that professional shit, dude. Not unless I'm getting paid for it. You know what I'm saying? Then I get technical. If people are paying me for it, then I'll do it. But if it's just something that's just like a project, I'll just do what I do. Oh, yeah, yeah, because of the octaves and shit. You're right. No, you're right. I know what you're saying, bro. Because of the octaves in your voice, the pitch and the tone. You're right, though. I'm not saying you're not right, bro. Fuck, man. It sucks, dude, that I lost my verse, dude. I guess that's kind of what makes me angry, dude, is that I lost my entire verse. When that shit froze and closed on me, bro, I didn't get a chance to save it. Fucking, it's so overwhelming because I put a lot of time into those bars, dude. That was a long ass set of bars. Fuck, bro. Did you? Yeah. Yeah, you did good though. You did good on your shit though, dude. You definitely did good on your stuff, bro. I like it. I like it. You did good. You definitely did good. It's definitely your style for sure. That's pretty cool, dude. Yeah, no problem, bro. Keep it up. Definitely keep it up. All right, bro. No problem. No problem. No problem, brother. Nuclear attack submarine.
gelato style ice cream. There's just more variety. All right, ice cream or shaved ice? Let's go. Yo, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? That's a good one. Chocolate, vanilla, or wait for it. Chocolate mint chip. Let's go.
That's it, folks. Today I'm showcasing the Galaxy S24 Ultra versus the Galaxy A56.
Hey, what's up, guys? Apex Does Tech here, and in this
As a flagship and a camera phone, does it keep up with the competition? I'm Will for GSM Arena, and let's find out in our Moto Edge 50 Ultra review. While last year's
Charles Terrell.
Top Edge model was the Edge 40 Pro. This year, Moto has gone a tier beyond that to create the Moto Edge 50 Ultra. The Ultra is more pricey than this year's Pro model, but it brings more advanced cameras and a more powerful chipset. Also, only with the Ultra model can you get an alternative wooden backing, with a seamless transition of the wood from the back to the camera housing. This vegan leather option is quite premium as well. The craftsmanship of the Eco leather is quite nice here, very authentic feeling, soft and leathery. You don't get a one-piece rear panel here, there's a glass island housing the cameras. The phone has a thin, matte frame made from aluminum, and overall it feels great in hand, sturdy with excellent grip. And as you'd expect from a flagship phone, the Edge 50 Ultra is IP68 rated for dust and water resistance. The display of the Edge 50 Ultra is basically the same as the Edge 50 Pros, a 6.7-inch OLED with a 1220p resolution and a 144Hz refresh rate. The display is covered by Gorilla Glass Victus, which is curved slightly at the edges. At 446 ppi, the panel is plenty sharp and contrasty. There's support for HDR10 Plus video too, but not Dolby Vision. The display is also quite bright. We measured a maximum of around 500 nits with the manual slider, and it can boost in auto brightness mode all the way up to nearly 1500 nits if needed. And the panel's 144Hz refresh rate provides a little bit more smoothness than your typical 120Hz one. It's available when you select the high refresh rate option in settings. The auto mode maxes out at 120 Hz. Either way, it can dial down to 60 Hz automatically when idling to save energy. For audio, the Edge 50 Ultra has a pair of stereo speakers. They have very good loudness, as well as excellent audio quality, with nice bass, great vocals, and well-presented highs. The Edge 50 Ultra has an under-display fingerprint scanner, which is as fast and reliable as they come. And the phone can come with 512 gigs or a terabyte of UFS 4.0 storage that isn't expandable to microSD. Moto's new phones come with a new software experience out of the box called Hello UI, which runs on top of Android 14. As before, it's similar to stock Android, but with some custom Moto features, which you can find organized within the Moto app. This Moto app hub has been restyled for Hello UI. It's better organized, and everything is made to fit on a single page, no scrolling required. All the same functionality of the old Moto UI is still there though. One new development is that Ready 4 and Moto Connect are gone, replaced by the new Smart Connect interface. It's very similar to Ready 4, except that it includes an additional share hub, as well as a separate display panel through which you can connect to an external monitor. There's extra personalization available too, with the AI-generated wallpaper option, called Style Sync. And as far as software support goes, Moto promises 3 years of OS upgrades and 4 years of security patches for the Edge 50 Ultra. The Edge 50 Ultra actually doesn't get the top Android chipset. Instead, it's powered by the new Snapdragon 8S Gen 3. It's also built on a 4nm process, but it's a step down performance-wise. Still, the performance you do get here is flagship grade. It's something in between last year's Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and this year's Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. It's more than enough for multitasking, heavy gaming, and a smooth user experience. It's also worth mentioning that the benchmark numbers are significantly better than the Edge 50 Pros, which uses a Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. When it comes to thermal management, the Edge 50 Ultra doesn't do an excellent job, but it's okay for a flagship. In our prolonged stress tests, the phone throttled down quite quickly to 60-something% of maximum, and it became quite warm as well. The Edge 50 Ultra packs a 4500 mAh battery, and is quite solid when it comes to battery life. In our battery life tests, the phone earned an active use score of 12 hours and 56 minutes. It aced the call and streaming tests, and did well when it came to web browsing and gaming. Like the Edge 50 Pro, the Ultra is rated for 125-watt charging, and a charger comes in the box. With this adapter, the charging is incredibly fast. The phone is able to charge from 0 to 81% in 15 minutes, and a full charge took just 21 minutes. There's also support for 50-watt fast wireless charging and reverse wireless charging too. Now on to the cameras. On the back, the Edge 50 Pro has a 50-megapixel main cam, a 64-megapixel 3x telephoto cam, and a 50-megapixel ultra-wide cam with autofocus. It's a more tricked-out setup than the Edge 50 Pros. All 3 of the cameras are different. During the day, the Edge 50 Ultra's main camera captures great-looking photos. They have a lot of pop thanks to the relatively high contrast and lively colors. Detail is very good, and we'd say that the Ultra's rendition of fine textures is a little bit more natural than what we saw from the Edge 50 Pro. Here's how the phone handles shots of people. The skin tone reproduction has been okayed by the color specialists at Pantone, for what that's worth. As we also saw on the Edge 50 Pro, the Edge 50 Ultra has a setting in the viewfinder that lets you directly apply Google Photos Enhanced processing. As a result, you get a notch up in saturation. However, if you shoot this way, you won't save a non-enhanced version on the side if you wanted one. Low light photos from the main camera have very good dynamic range, excellent detail, and well-controlled noise. Our only real complaint is that the color rendition could be more enthusiastic here. When it comes to video recording, the Edge 50 Ultra doesn't produce the same high quality as with the stills. The main cam's 4K footage is very heavily sharpened, lending an over-processed look. We do like the color rendition and the wide dynamic range though. Electronic stabilization can't really be switched off. The main camera's footage is smooth, but when moving, the fine detail can get smeared and blurry. Nighttime 4K footage from the main cam is decent, with alright detail, good dynamic range, and adequately saturated colors. There's also a night vision recording mode for the main cam. This does well to brighten up the shadows without notable compromises. Let's talk about the telephoto cam now. The quality of the 3x zoomed stills is respectable. There's plenty of fine detail, and while there is some graininess when you look for it, it's not in your face. You can use the telephoto cam to shoot macro close-ups, but the implementation isn't great. The phone would rather switch to a crop from the main camera way too early before you reach the actual minimum focusing distance of the zoom camera. You can get closer if you switch to the pro shooting mode, but you miss out on some image processing and the quality isn't as good. There is a 6x zoom toggle on the viewfinder. The 6x zoom results aren't exactly tack sharp, but they're decently detailed and usable. In low light, the 3x zoomed photos have plenty of color saturation, unlike those from the main cam. The white balance can come out a bit warmer too. Detail is quite good, and the dynamic range is again great. The telephoto cam's 4K videos are decent overall, but they have a bit of softness to them. Now the ultra-wide camera. Its daylight photos are quite good. The detail rendition is a bit more artificial than the other two cameras, but still nice for an ultra-wide. And the colors and dynamic range are great. The autofocus allows for some close-ups, with an exaggerated perspective too. This also means you can shoot macro close-ups, and in the macro mode, there's a bit of digital zoom applied too. The results aren't the sharpest, but they're not half bad. In low light, the ultra-wide camera does a decent job. The detail is on the soft side if you look closely. Exposures are bright, and the dynamic range is wide. The white balance also tends to be a bit warm. 4K videos from the ultra-wide cam are decent for this sort of camera, but you again get heavy sharpening here. The colors are also notably different from the main cameras. The Edge 50 Ultra has the same 50 megapixel autofocus selfie cam as on the Pro model. The quality is superb, with excellent detail. Skin tones are likable, and colors are very nice overall. Dynamic range is excellent too. So there you have it guys, the Moto Edge 50 Ultra. It's premium through and through, and compared to other flagships, you get a unique and luxurious design, a near-stock Android software experience, and super fast charging, with a charger that comes in the box. The main downside here is that the video recording quality is unimpressive, but if that doesn't bother you, then the Edge 50 Ultra is a solid flagship that's well worth considering. Thanks for watching guys. If you're looking for alternatives, you can check out our reviews of the Moto Edge 50 Pro and the Xiaomi 14. Let us know what you think, and I'll see you on the next one.
Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. did we need the thrill to be happy? Nothing doesn't feel the love now, won't we? We'll go on. Eventually, what goes up must come down. Come check this. 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 Come check this.
The Motorola Edge 60 Ultra, expected to launch in August 2025, is shaping up to be a powerful flagship smartphone loaded with cutting-edge features. It will feature a large 6.82-inch AMOLED display with a sharp 1200 by 2780 pixel resolution and an ultra-smooth 165 Hz refresh rate, all protected by Corning Gorilla Glass Victus Plus. Powering the device will be Qualcomm's latest Snapdragon 8 Elite chipset, formerly expected to be called the Gen 4, paired with 12 gigabytes of RAM and 512 gigabytes of internal storage, promising top-tier performance across multitasking, gaming, and productivity. The camera setup is just as impressive, boasting a 200MP main sensor with optical image stabilization, OIS, a 50MP ultra-wide lens, and a 50MP telephoto lens, while the front camera comes in at a high-resolution 60MP. The Edge 60 Ultra will be backed by a 4,600 mAh battery with blazing fast 150W wired charging support. Running on Android 15, this device is positioned to offer a premium experience in both hardware and software, with a launch price expected around 69,990 Indian rupees in India.
So Motorola's most premium 2024 flagship so far, the Edge 50 Ultra, has just hit the UK for 850 British pounds. You've got a choice of standout designs, gorgeous massive POLED display, stereo speaker setup, some beefy Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 action, and some Pantone certified camera tech. It's certainly a meaty mobile, but can the Motorola Edge 50 Ultra compete with the likes of the Pixel 8s and the Samsung Galaxy S24s? Well, let's whip it on out of the box, take you on a full tour test out the gaming chops, all that good stuff. And for more on the latest and greatest tech, please do poke subscribe and ding that notifications bell. Cheers! So what do you get bunged in that box besides the Moto Edge 50 Ultra? Well, you got yourself a proper chongster of a Motorola power adapter supporting 125 watt wired charging. And you've also got a USB cable and a decidedly stiff condom case to wrap around your Moto Edge 50 Ultra and keep it safe from harm. Gotta say though, it doesn't really do much for the aesthetics overall. And as usual, Motorola has imbued the box with a perfumey aroma. So everything inside it, including the phone itself, kind of smells like a bowl of potpourri. For any younger viewers out there, potpourri was basically bits of bark and fluff and the husky remains of out-of-date twiglets that people would gather in a bag and spray with eau de toilette and then sell to old folk for a $5 a go. It kind of looked like something a dog would throw up, and it didn't really smell much better. And that right there is all the good stuff. Now you've got a choice of two very different designs with the Moto Edge 50 Ultra here in the UK. You've got a rather funky and unique wood finish, which certainly stands out from the crowd. Otherwise, there's also a choice of two different colour options with a fake leathery finish instead. If you prefer something softer against your palm, no judgment here. One of the colours is the Pantone approved Peach Fuzz, which again, probably get you quite a few glances when you whip it out down the local boozer. Otherwise, you've got this here Forest Grey effort, which is kind of like a very, very, very dark grey. It's not quite black, but it's getting there. It's a forest at dusk, maybe. I'd probably rather have a brighter, bolder colour, although I'm not quite sure Peach Fuzz is for me either, but I do like that soft touch leathery style finish. I'm certainly a fan of the camera bump as well, with just a gentle slope up from the back end of the phone. Doesn't jut out too much at all. The Motorola Edge 50 Ultra is a 6.67 incher like pretty much every other smartphone in 2024. So certainly quite the hand filler, although thankfully those bezels surrounding the display are minimal at best. And at the left and right, that screen actually slopes ever so slightly around the edge. So you've got an incredibly skinny aluminium frame. The actual phone itself certainly isn't a chunkster. And you've got Gorilla Glass Victus protecting that display. Sadly not the latest, freshest Gorilla Glass Victus 2. The original Victus impressively shatter resistant, but it does tend to scratch up a little bit too easily. Something that's what I've found with other Victus phones. And Motorola hasn't slapped any kind of screen protector on there either, so I'd recommend doing so just in case. All this blow it is not cheap. You do at least have full IP68 water and dust resistance, so if you happen to fumble it, drop it in the bogs or whatever, it'll be alright. Just scrape it off, give it a good toweling down, job done. Right, so the Motorola Edge 50 Ultra all set up, good to go, and as usual, it's a stock Android vibe with all of those tasty Motorola trimmings. Your first port of call should be the Moto app. This is essentially a hub for all of the main features and customization options. So for instance, you can set up those desktops just the way you like them with your own wallpapers. You can choose from a variety of different themes. Or if you think they're all a bit cack, set up your own theme, changing up the fonts, the colors. You can even personalize the fingerprint animation. They've only got a small selection of options there. You can also fully customize the lock screen, choosing the clock face, the notifications style, and these wee shortcuts down here. And while there doesn't appear to be an always-on display option, you do at least have Edge notifications, just to make it a bit more obvious when you receive a notification or somebody's actually trying to ring you, if that happens ever. And then my favourite, the gesture support, including Fast Torch and Quick Capture. Oh, bastard. Not too good if you've got the old carpal tunnel syndrome, or wanker's cramp as my dad used to call it. And all the usual other Moto bits as well, including family space and a good bit of Moto Secure action. As usual, Motorola not quite as good as some rivals like Samsung and Google when it comes to the software support, but you are guaranteed 3 OS updates, and I believe it's 4 years of security patching here on the Moto Edge 50 Ultra. Now, Motorola rarely disappoints when it comes to the display tech on its smartphones, and certainly the Motorola Edge 50 Ultra's 6.67-inch POLED screen is no exception at all. It's a Super HD 1220p panel, so pretty crisp visuals, if not quite up there with some of its Quad HD rivals. And certainly my clapped out eyeballs wouldn't be able to tell the difference anyway. You've got 10-bit color and HDR10 plus support. So far, Netflix showing HDR capabilities as none, but hopefully that'll change soon. I'm certainly not grumbling about what I saw when I did kick back with a bit of Netflix earlier. Got bright, reasonably vibrant colors. You can actually boost the vibrancy of those hues if you dive on into the display settings. And the brightness apparently maxes out at 2500 nits. I'll certainly be testing that outdoors quite a lot over the coming week for my full review. And the refresh rate maxes out at 144 Hz. You can manually switch it from 60 to 120 or boost it all the way up to 144. Although there aren't too many apps that actually support 144 Hz right now. Handful of games, that's basically it. And then the Motorola like the Now, honestly, I'm torn over the Motorola Edge 50 Ultra. Sometimes I really like it. Sometimes I just want to belt it right in its metaphorical danglies. The Motorola Edge 50 Ultra is 849 quid's worth of pocket-sized tech, sporting all kinds of great features like the never not brilliant karate chop torch action. But it also cuts a couple of corners here and there, and it can be a wee bit, how do you say, janky as f***. Now, I've had my Sims stuffed inside of the Edge 50 Ultra for just under a week now, so here's my in-depth review, and for more on the latest and greatest tech, please do subscribe and ding that notifications bell. Cheers! Now, I've got to say, I am still slightly disappointed I didn't get the wooden version of this blower, but I do like the dreamily soft fake leather finish of this model. Feels rather lovely against my calloused palms. That textured surface also provides some rather excellent grip as well, whereas the woody one would probably be dive bombing off the arm of your sofa about 5 seconds after you set it down. However, that fake leathery surface does seem to be the best mate of pocket fluff and other tiny wee bits of scum that attach themselves and cling to that arse end like clag nuts. And it sometimes takes some serious picking and scraping to get those bits all off. Still, this phone definitely has a premium vibe, from the supremely skinny aluminium frame to the gentle slope of the camera bump. Although it is interesting that Motorola is stuck with a curved screen, while most rivals, including Samsung, are now going flat for their flagships. I mean, you've certainly got very skinny bezels surrounding that screen as a result, and the Edge 50 Ultra is comfortable to clutch with the lack of flat edges and sharp corners. Unfortunately, however, the edges of the screen are overly sensitive to touch, so it occasionally balked up if I was splayed on my back, on the sofa, in bed, wherever, just clutching the phone a bit tight. And I had similar issues if I was trying to shoot a photo as well. Sometimes my fingers would just intrude on the corners here and I wouldn't actually be able to tap that shutter button to take a photo. Thankfully, I suffered no such problems when I was gaming on the likes of Genshin Impact. That all worked perfectly. One of my concerns as far as the design goes is the fact you've got Gorilla Glass Victus covering that display. No screen protector slapped on there either, but after a week, still no scratches or scuffs, which I'm slightly surprised by. There's certainly other Victus phones that I've reviewed in the past. They're pleasingly shatter resistant, but they do tend to scratch up a little bit too easily. I'd still highly recommend slapping a screen protector on though, just in case. And this phone is IP68 water and dust resistant, so a wee bit of extra peace of mind if you drop it in a puddle or your pint or whatever. And as always with Motorola, I've been enjoying that stock Android vibe. It's similar to the Pixel experience, albeit without some of the AI shenanigans like Circle to Search. Although some of those other AI tools have been bunged on here, like the recorder transcription feature for instance. Now you can also get the Edge 50 Ultra to spaff out a variety of those batshit bonkers AI wallpapers, or even create your own from any pattern that you spy in real life. This can be quite fun to piss about with, even if it doesn't always work as well as you'd hope. It's gonna stick with the nerdy anime stuff, I think. And for everyone who's wondering where I get my papers, wall.alphacoders.com, wall.alphacoders.com. That's where my wallpapers come from, wall.alphacoders.com. Now, I've got to say, I have unfortunately experienced a fair few wee irritations, shall we say, using the Moto Edge 50 Ultra as my full-time phone this past week, ranging from slight ball twinges all the way up to full-on ball aches. So for one, there is the lock screen. Now, if you actually try and get your notifications to display in list form, they simply will not show up. You can only actually get them to appear as simple icons at the bottom of the screen there, which means you'll still have to actually unlock your smartphone to see who's been messaging you. And yes, I did check in the privacy settings, made sure that notifications could be fully displayed on the lock screen, yada yada, didn't seem to help. And Motorola still flat out refuses to have a proper full-on always-on display on its Edge smartphones as well, which goes beyond a ball ache. It's a full-on throbbing pain in the rectal region. And the best you can do is have the screen briefly flash on if you give it a tap or move it about the place, or when a notification pops through. You've also got that Edge Light and Notifications Light style feature. And also, that media widget in the notifications bar is completely balked, often displaying a completely different album to what is actually playing at the time. And Netflix occasionally goes completely wacko and just kind of does its own thing, skipping through a show like it's got the attention span of a 3-year-old. So just a few wee bugs, although no worse than what you get on most iPhones at launch, to be perfectly fair. Hopefully Motorola will absolutely obliterate them soon. However, there are also increasing amounts of crapware infiltrating these Motorola smartphones these days. Used to be pretty bare bones back in the day, but now you've got the likes of Booking.com, Facebook, LinkedIn, all the usual serial offenders slapped on here. Quite a few crappy games as well. Bingo Blitz, whatever on earth that is. Woodoku. But as always, I do appreciate all the bonus features that Motorola has chucked on top of Android, including all the quick gesture support, and the new and improved gaming mode, which I will bang on about later. And as usual, they've hired on a decent selection of their own apps as well, which are well worth a squint. So for instance, there is Moto Secure. This can scan your Edge 50 Ultra, make sure there's no issues. You've got the likes of phishing detection and network protection, both of which can help keep you safe online. line if you're joining any unsecure Wi-Fi networks, for instance, going to any dodgy websites. Not that you'd do that, obviously. And then there's Family Space, which is similar to Google's Family Link shenanigans, allowing you to limit your kids' screen time or keep tabs on their whereabouts by tracking their devices to make sure they're not hiding in the wheelie bin again instead of going to school. Kids, eh? And then there's Smart Connect, which allows you to wirelessly pair your phone with your laptop, so you can share files or use your phone's camera as a webcam, all kinds of clever bollocks stuff. When it comes to keeping this thing fresh though, Motorola's still only guaranteeing 3 years of Android OS updates, which isn't particularly cack, but it's not as good as quite a lot of rivals like Samsung and Google. Now that curvy screen is a 6.67-inch POLED panel with a Super HD 1220p resolution, and certainly few complaints there. You got 10-bit color and HDR10 Plus support, although colors do look a little bit muted in the default natural mode. Personally, I preferred the alternative vivid mode. Just makes those visuals pop a bit more, really slap you in the face. And there's still no HDR streaming reported in Netflix. No idea how long we'll be waiting for that one. But I can't really complain about the visuals. The contrast is nice and crisp. And that screen maxes out at 2500 nits. So I've had absolutely no problems seeing the display clearly outdoors, even with shades on. And in lower light, it dims right down for an easy on the eyes experience as well. Sometimes it dims down a little bit too much, in fact, in the evenings. Occasionally I do have to manually bump it back up a wee bit just so I can clearly read tiny text, etc. And that refresh rate maxes out at 144 Hz for supported apps. Those stereo speakers are loud and punchy with some respectable bass as well, so they're ideal for watching YouTube, say, in some noisy outdoor type situation. And say you're playing a bit of music on Spotify while also getting your Genshin Impact on, well, when you pull out those volume controls, the Edge 50 Ultra will supposedly allow you to individually adjust the volume for those apps, so you can boost Spotify right up and knock Genshin down, for instance. Get your own heavy metal soundtrack on the go, and also mute some of those god-awful characters. Only problem being it doesn't really work the way it's supposed to, so even if you knock Genshin Impact all the way down to 0, you can still hear it in the background. And if you do want to carry around a large media collection, well, there's no microSD memory card support here, but who honestly gives a toss, because Motorola has generously chucked on a full terabyte of storage. I don't think it'll be running out of space anytime soon. Now, performance comes courtesy of Qualcomm's Snapdragon 8S Gen 3, backed by 16 gigs of RAM. And this isn't the best Qualcomm chipset around right now, which is a shame considering this is a super premium flagship device. But the The 8S Gen 3 is more than good enough for anything you want to do. Even pretty meaty games like Genshin Impact play really well, even on the most punishing graphic settings, with Motorola's Turbo mode active. I did see some slowdown here and there while I was gaming, but overall it is a pretty smooth experience, especially given that the 8S Gen 3 uses an older Adreno GPU. And even if you say bollocks to it and get gaming all afternoon long, the Motorola Edge 50 Ultra doesn't get any more warm than a Little Chef ham and cheese toasty, i.e. tepid at best. And yet you've got that usual Motorola gaming mode on here as well, but it is new and improved for this generation. It's got a great selection of features on here, including, of course, the Turbo Performance mode, which I'd highly recommend for the likes of Genshin. All the usual support for blocking calls and notifications. You can quickly and easily tweak the screen brightness without having to drag down the notifications bar. A bit of screen capture action as well. And this gaming toolbar, fully customizable as well, so you can remove any bits you don't want. Motorola has stuffed a 4,500 mAh capacity battery inside of that slender chassis, and the Edge 50 Ultra has bedded in nicely this past week. Now, first day was a wee bit of a struggle, but beyond that, been absolutely fine. In fact, I've staggered to bed with generally at least 30% battery remaining in that tank, unless I've been absolutely hammering the likes of Genshin Impact, doing a lot of video calls, something like that. And if you find it does need a wee boost at any point, well, no worries there whatsoever. 125 watt wired charging support, which absolutely shits all over the likes of the Galaxy S24 Ultra, the Pixel 8 Pro, any iPhone out there, from a pretty great height. So bung a cable in there for just 10 minutes, you've got hours and hours of playtime. You've even got yourself some 50 watt wireless charging support as well. So this is one area where the Edge 50 Ultra certainly has the edge over a lot of other flagships beyond the likes of the Xiaomis and the Honors of this world. And let's finish up this lovely wee Motorola Edge 50 Ultra review with a squint at the camera tech headed up by a 50 megapixel main shooter. Motorola didn't actually specify which sensor it's using in all of its various briefings, but according to various online teardowns, it's the OmniVision OV50H, which has been used in quite a few flagship smartphones in 2024. Unfortunately, I did immediately notice that with the Edge 50 Ultra, you've got the same issue with the Edge 50 Pro, where you tap the shutter button, open up the gallery, you'll see the image takes ages to process, and then it's completely different to the one that you expected to get. I was really hoping this wouldn't be a problem here on the Edge 50 Ultra, but hey-ho, basically when you're shooting a living subject like a cat, a kid, whatever, you just want to just keep tapping that shutter button to get as many pictures as possible. Hopefully you'll capture the exact moment you wanted. But even discounting this, sadly this phone isn't as good as the Pixels and some other flagship rivals for snapping pets and offspring. If there's even slight movement, then you're in risk of blurry results that'll end up straight in the virtual skip. Plus that focus is far from reliable. Some kind of eye tracking for photos would have probably helped, as quite a lot of my snaps came out looking rather soft even when my fuzzy mate here wasn't bouncing around like his nipples were ablaze. Color capture has apparently been certified by Pantone as true to nature, and as you can see, the Edge 50 Ultra did a good job with my skin tone, which Pantone would probably refer to as slightly sour milk. You've got a choice between natural and auto enhance when you're shooting photos, but as auto enhance requires a longer exposure time and this thing already struggles with motion, I just left it on natural for most of the time. Low light snaps usually come out pretty bloody good, as long as, again, there's no moving bits to contend with. Even harsh contrast doesn't perturb the Motorola Edge 50 Ultra, and those colours are pleasingly natural. And of course you've got a couple of other lenses slapped on here, including the obligatory 50 meg ultra wide angle shooter. And as long as you don't mind less natural colour reproduction, this is a good one to swap to when you're shooting something ruddy massive. Or alternatively, you've also got yourself a 64 meg telephoto shooter with 3x optical zoom. And Motorola has apparently employed an AI upscaler to sharpen the image when you zoom in rather far. Although, as usual, once you pinch in beyond the sort of 15-ish times zoom level, things start to get rather hazy. And by that 100 times maximum zoom level, everything looks like some sort of murky, surrealistic watercolor. And as usual, there is a dedicated macro mode as well if you fancy getting some really up-close snaps. And video can be recorded at up to 4K resolution at either 30 or 60 frames per second. And I found that even my Ultra HD 60 FPS footage looked pretty smooth when I was moving and shooting at the same time. You can zoom in while capturing video and it's a pretty smooth response. Although I did once again find that the focus struggled at times with any nearby subjects, throwing out some rather soft looking footage. Thankfully, no such issues with the audio capture, that's all spot on. And then yes, flip around to the front end, you've got a 50 megapixel selfie camera with autofocus as well. This generally works fine, even at night time, helped along by the usual screen flash shenanigans. Those portrait smarts are pretty good, and even with nasty backlighting, your face will still look bright enough without blanching your colour. Although yes, as we've ascertained, I have no colour to blanch. And if you want to touch up your photos before sharing them with the world, you do have Google's Magic Editor on here. This can help to touch up your photos on your behalf. Alternatively, you can select a subject and then move them around the place, make them ridiculously huge, whatever you fancy. And that right there in a tasty wee nutshell is my full final frank review of the Motorola Edge 50 Ultra. And there were some bits on here that I really liked, mostly Motorola's own app switches chucked on there. And the performance and the battery life have been pretty solid as well, even though Motorola hasn't gone with Qualcomm's Billy Big Bollocks 8 Gen 3. However, still quite a few wee quirks on here that I'd like to see sorted out sooner rather than later, and that camera tech simply isn't as capable or dependable as many rivals like the Pixel and the OnePlus 12. Anywho, that's what this bold northern twonk reckons. Be great to hear your thoughts on the Motorola Edge 50 Ultra down in the comments below. Please do poke, subscribe, and ding that notifications bell for more on the latest and greatest tech, and have yourselves a really wonderful rest of the week. Cheers, everyone. Love you.
Hey everyone, Samsung has launched the Galaxy Note 10 and Note 10 Plus. In this review, we're going to be focusing on the Note 10 Plus version of the phone and not the vanilla Note because it has more features and it's a bigger jump from the Galaxy S10 Plus. Now, this is one of the shiniest and prettiest phones that we've seen recently, but does that mean that it's premium enough for its high price tag? I'm Angie for GSM Arena, and this is a review of the Note 10 Plus. Wait. Okay. So, I wanted to take a moment and bring your attention to the fact that we just hit 800,000 subscribers. And I wanted to thank all of you guys for your support and for your appreciation of our work. So, with that said, let's get back to the Note 10 Plus. The design is gorgeous. This beast of a phone is practically bezel-free, it has a tiny hole punch, and the Aura Glow color is the definition of eye-catching. It actually reminds me of the back of a CD, or like Matthew Moniz said, a disco ball. In terms of ergonomics, it's also much comfier to hold than last year's Note 9, despite the size. This is probably because the aluminum frame is thinner. Also, the phone is balanced quite nicely, so it feels much lighter than it actually is. The curve of the sides is also much more subtle than last year, which adds to the elegant effect. The power button has been moved to the left, where the Bixby key used to be. One of our working theories is that Samsung didn't have a lot of space to put the button in a comfortable spot on the right, since that's where the bulk of the electronics for the S Pen are. Still, the move isn't much of a loss because that Bixby key has been hanging around for 3 generations now, and nobody really liked it very much. And now you can remap the power button, so you can choose whether you want Bixby, the camera app, or something else. Yeah, taking screenshots is a little more awkward, but you can also turn on the palm swipe shortcut. The fingerprint reader is noticeably faster than on the S10, but it's still slowed down by the unlocking animation. You can actually make it quicker by switching on faster recognition, which is slightly less secure than a regular fingerprint scan. Or if you don't care about crazy good security, there's also a face unlock option. On the top, you'll find the card slot, which still supports external storage on the Note 10 Plus. What is missing on this device and its little brother is the headphone jack. I'm honestly a little surprised that they did it first on the Note line and not on the Galaxy S phones, because the Note is typically associated with having every important feature out there and the S Pen. If you can afford this phone, you can probably afford a nice pair of Bluetooth headphones or Samsung's Galaxy Buds, but I'm still wary of the whole Bluetooth headphone thing. I've learned to live with the annoyance that is charging them and the occasional dysfunctional Bluetooth connection on even the best of phones, but in general, those super expensive headphones, Sony, have mediocre microphones, and I'm constantly forced to turn them off and use the phone normally, like a pleb. So yeah, it's official, the jack is dead. But can the headphone industry catch up already? Until it does, you can buy a Samsung dongle because there isn't one included in the box. Still, if that's the main way you listen to music, you'll be happy to know that the wired audio quality is excellent, and surprisingly, there's still FM radio. Also, whether you're dealing with Bluetooth cans or the dongle life, the Adapt Sound option is still available, so you can add a personalized sound profile depending on how good your hearing is. While we're on the topic of audio, the stereo loudspeaker setup is surprisingly loud and well balanced, especially once you consider how incredibly tiny that earpiece is. Midtones and highs are nice, but lows could be a little more powerful. Still, it's one of the best you'll find on a phone.
Be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now.
Another feature that's one of the best you'll find is that gorgeous 6.8-inch dynamic AMOLED screen. It's a QHD display that supports HDR10+ and has excellent colors. The vivid mode can be a bit bluish, but the natural mode makes it incredibly accurate. Brightness can get up to a nice 381 nits in manual mode and a whopping 794 in auto mode, so sunlight legibility should not be an issue. The hole punch also isn't much of a problem. Since it's pretty small in comparison to the size of the display, you hardly notice it even when you're watching videos. If it really bothers you, there's no way to hide it, but this is an AMOLED display, so anytime there's something darker on the screen, it'll simply blend in. Depending on where you live, you'll get a Note 10 Plus that's powered either by the Snapdragon 855 Plus or the Exynos 9825. We tested the Exynos version of the phone and established that while it has slightly higher clock speeds on some of the cores, performance is not substantially different from that of the Galaxy S10 Plus. Battery life, however, is much better. With a massive 4,300 mAh battery, the Note 10 Plus got 107 hours of endurance on our tests, and you could probably even bump this up by going into settings and changing the power consumption options. Charging is also improved, and the phone supports charging up to 45 watts if you shell out some extra cash for Samsung's fast charger. If you don't want to give up the extra money and just use the standard cable in the box, then you'll get 25-watt charging. The phone supports Android Pie with One UI on top. While the software is packed full of options, it doesn't feel as heavy as that of previous generations. It also makes this behemoth a little easier to navigate than the Note 9 from last year, but it's still far from a one-handed device. Gestures in particular make this phone much easier to navigate, and we really recommend you use them instead of navigation buttons. However, even if you choose not to, you can swipe down in almost every menu, and what's on screen will drop down to the bottom half of the display for easier reaching. In general, if you've used any recent Samsung phone, everything will be pretty familiar. There's still edge lighting for notifications, and they've brought a tap-to-wake function so you can activate the always-on display. The S Pen also includes new gestures for the camera, but they're still a bit gimmicky. Taking a photo from far away is super useful, but now you'll also have the option of air gestures, which allow you to switch from one camera mode to another. Really, I can't think of many situations where just walking over and switching the camera mode isn't easier. You can also use the combined powers of the time-of-flight camera and the S Pen to create AR doodles. The time-of-flight sensor doesn't just aid with AR, however. TOF cameras use infrared lights to determine depth distance, and that's the reason why, even though the triple camera setup is pretty much the same as the one that you'll find on the Galaxy S10, the Note 10 Plus has way better portraits. Actually, I think it's time we talk about the cameras. They can make or break a flagship, especially one as premium and expensive as this one. The main 12-megapixel camera has a variable aperture and is pretty much the same hardware that we've been seeing on Galaxy phones since the S9. However, since the chipsets and image signal processors have gotten better, the photos and videos we're seeing have also gotten better. The main cam produces shots with low noise, good detail, and punchy colors during the day. We compared them to photos produced by the Exynos version of the Samsung Galaxy S10 Plus and the OnePlus 7 Pro. The Note 10 tends to use a lower exposure than the S10, better HDR, but slightly softer images at times. The OnePlus 7 Pro, on the other hand, has slightly less amazing HDR, but more detail, sometimes significantly so. On the telephoto camera, there's less detail than on the main cam, but the processing is very similar, so we see the pattern repeat. The dynamic range is still good, and HDR is once again better than the equivalent on the S10. The Note 10's telephoto also has a slightly wider aperture, which means less shaky photos. As far as the ultrawide is concerned, the Note 10 Plus has one of the widest fields of view on a phone, but very little distortion despite that. Once again, HDR is better on the Note than on the S10. At night, however, the results surprised us. Low-light photos are great, with generally nice detail and good colors. If you switch on night mode, the already good dynamic range is further improved. However, this mode isn't necessarily better than the regular photo mode, so whether it's worth using or not depends on the scene you're taking a shot of. When we compared the Note 10 to the S10, we didn't find any significant differences, but when we compared it to the OnePlus 7 Pro, well, the OnePlus tended to capture better photos at night even without night mode. The OnePlus had more detail, was sharper, and dealt better with light sources. The Note had better dynamic range, but images were significantly softer. Despite the smaller sensor, the ultra-wide camera produces good images even without night mode. In fact, night mode only helps for improving the dynamic range at the cost of some softness. Where the Note 10 really shines is edge detection. You can shoot portraits with both the telephoto and main camera, and the 3D TOF sensor allows for excellent portraits on even difficult subjects. I mean, look at the hair here. The TOF also allows for live focus in videos, but the blur effect there is much less successful than what you get with stills. The color point and glitch effects seem to work a bit better and would be pretty effective for something like Instagram stories. Other than that, the Note 10 Plus excels in video recording, and it even supports HDR10 Plus recording. In 4K, there's plenty of detail, excellent dynamic range, and punchy colors. You can use all three cameras when you're shooting in 4K, and you can choose whether you want to shoot in 30 or 60 frames per second. Full HD video keeps the same characteristics, albeit in a lower resolution, and allows for super steady stabilization. Last but not least, the selfie camera. It's the same one as in the previous generation, although with a slightly smaller opening because Samsung wanted to make the punch hole less obtrusive. Selfies have impressive dynamic range, and the autofocus means they're pretty much always in focus. The Note 10 Plus is one of the most premium phones you can buy at the moment. But should you get it? Well, it depends on your priorities. If the S Pen is not important to you, then honestly, you're gonna get a really similar user experience with the OnePlus 7 Pro or the Samsung Galaxy S10 Plus, which are way cheaper than this phone. If the S Pen is important to you, then the verdict is pretty clear, and you're really gonna like this device. It's shiny and pretty and powerful, and it has pretty much every feature you could want in a phone. Well, you know, almost. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, hit the like button down below, subscribe, hit the bell icon, and I'll see you guys next time.
This right here is going to be the ultimate camera comparison between the Galaxy Note 10 Plus, iPhone XS Max, and the Huawei P30 Pro. And so, starting with standard video taken on the phone's rear cameras, they all record in 4K, but the P30 loses a few points for not being able to record 4K resolution at 60 frames per second. You can probably tell that Samsung has tuned their colors to look very similar to the iPhones, and that's kind of a good thing. The iPhone is for many people the gold standard for consistent, reliable smartphone video. And speaking of reliable, the Huawei is not so much. The phone is set to its normal color option, but even then, its vibrance swings wildly depending on the scene you're capturing. Also, for the first time ever, I've designed a scoring system for camera tests. If you want to know the exact formula for how it's being calculated, it's all in the description, but long story short, more points equals better. So let's see which phone wins. It's good to see that with the Note 10 Plus, Samsung has retained the same ultra-wide camera as the S10 had, which is even wider than the ultra-wide on the P30, which in itself is far wider than what the iPhone can capture, because that phone doesn't have an ultra-wide at all. Zooming while taking video leads to quite an interesting result, because both the Note and the iPhone have 2 times optical zoom
what's
cameras.
up, Sonny?
When we're
Konnichiwa.
magnifying only by 2 times, those 2
Konnichiwa.
phones will
How
have
are
the
you, my
P30
brother?
Pro. But when we go to 5 times and beyond, the
Hope you're
P30
doing
starts
well.
to use its 5 times optical zoom camera, which places it well above the other 2. With this new addition of a time-of-flight camera on the back, the Note 10
sir,
Plus
what's
can now
good,
take
my
what they
brother?
call live focus video, or in other words, a bunch of video modes that allow you to separate the foreground from the background. I'd say I do like this glitch effect, and it's never a bad thing to have new features to play around with, but none of these are hugely reliable on the Note, and the P30 Pro almost always does a better job. The iPhone doesn't have one of these sensors at all, and so it doesn't have any equivalent camera modes, but because this stuff is kind of gimmicky and not everyone's going to use it, I'm not going to place too much emphasis on it. Now, Samsung's Note 10 has another interesting new feature, Audio zoom, which can amplify the audio of whatever specific thing you zoom in on. So I've got a phone playing music on a table here, and whereas with the iPhone and the P30 Pro, zooming in does nothing to the sound, when you do the same with Samsung, the volume of the subject starts to rise. Have a listen to this. Stabilization at 4K is good on all phones, but the Huawei seems just a little jerkier than the other two. And when we lower this resolution to 1080p, the Note can use Samsung's new and improved Super Steady feature. It uses a better gyro sensor than the S10 before it, and this allows for practically shake-free videos, but the caveat is that it does need to crop in, so you might need to take a step back to fit everything in. That said, the trade-off is worth it. In this frame right here, I'm walking pretty quickly sideways, and the view on the Note 10 Plus, that big view in the background, that's almost unchanged, whereas on the other two it's moving around a lot. All three flagships can record slow-motion video at a few different frame rates, and you might be able to tell, the Samsung and the iPhone's footage looks almost identical, with Samsung just having a tiny bit more artificial sharpness added. The P30 is definitely trailing and also needs to crop in when taking any kind of slow-mo. What is good is that the Note and the P30 Pro can also take bursts of super slow-motion video at 960 frames per second, but again, Samsung's is far better quality and can also record for longer periods of time. The 960 FPS you're seeing on the Huawei is technically speaking actually only 480, and is using software to interpolate the rest. Now, just before we jump into the nighttime test, we've got to talk about daytime photography, because for a lot of people, this is the most important category. One of the first things I noticed when I started using the Note 10 was that the dynamic range can reach even greater heights than that of the iPhone. That is a real feat. It manages to consistently catch the blue in the sky, whilst making sure shadows aren't too dark. These are all great for daytime photography, that much is clear, but it does seem like a close battle between the Note and the iPhone, with the Huawei just not quite there. That phone tends to either lose a little bit of detail in the bright areas, or sometimes make the dark areas too dark, and crushes the blacks. In this shot right here, this requires intense levels of high dynamic range to capture everything, and you can see looking through the windows towards the back right that the Note 10 does this better than the iPhone, which does it better than the Huawei. Sometimes the iPhone wins as well. In this shot right here, the road on the far left looks a world apart on this phone. The ultra-wides come in handy again for Samsung and Huawei, and with photos especially, their field of view is even larger than when taking video, and so the difference between the normal lens and the ultra-wide here is staggering. It can be the difference between capturing one floor of a building to the entire building, and is also a really cool way just to make a standard shot look a little bit more dramatic. You might have guessed, Huawei is gonna pull some points back when it comes to zoom. With a 5x magnification, Huawei shots are not just more detailed, but also have a nice contrast to them. To look at this in a bit more detail, here's a photo taken with no zoom at all. At 2x, the Note and the iPhone are pumping out way better quality shots than the Huawei, which is not only using a digital zoom at this point, but also has a slightly weaker dynamic range. At 5x, Huawei's detail jumps right to the top as its telephoto lens is now activated, but dynamic range on that phone is still just not as good as on the other two. At 10x, the P30 is still pin sharp, which is wildly impressive. Now, one not very often answered question is macro. How close can each phone get whilst keeping shots in focus? And there's a clear pattern. It's Huawei, then Samsung, then iPhone. You've probably already heard of the iPhone being the king of portrait mode photography. Well, it has just got a potent rival in the Galaxy Note 10 Plus. Armed with a new time-of-flight sensor on the Samsung, edge detection is brilliant, and the background blur powerful but realistic. Also, both the Samsung and the iPhone, they use their telephoto cameras to take portraits, which has the caveat of needing to take a step back, but almost always just looks better. Because the Huawei has this crazy 5x telephoto camera, it's too much, and so that phone has to use its primary camera. You can zoom in manually though. Also, whilst both the Note and the Huawei take a hit to dynamic range when using portrait mode, the iPhone doesn't seem to at all. Right, let's talk about low light, and starting with video. Whilst the Note produces bright video in the dark, the quality leaves quite a lot to be desired. The iPhone is darker, but even then better than the Samsung. I take a dark video over a grainy video any day. But then you've got the Huawei. Low light video on the P30 Pro is both bright and noise-free. It's not even close. Low-light, ultra-wide video is an option on the two Android phones, which does result in darker footage because that camera is less good than each phone's main sensor, but still cool to have. What might be more useful is the P30 Pro's zoom. This video right here is 5 times zoomed in very low light, and the P30 barely even takes a hit. This is a really specialized phone, and it's at times like these that I'm quite appreciative of that. Okay, there's actually an unintended consequence of low light, the reduction in quality of electronic stabilization. You can tell on the Samsung that the lack of light is causing a little bit of artificial shake, but this issue is far worse on the P30 Pro. It feels like the iPhone, on the other hand, is relatively unfazed. I was expecting the Note 10 Plus to be good in low light, but not this good. It feels like the software has taken a real leap since the S10 was launched, resulting in bright, vibrant, and sharp photos. If you look at the red sign at the top here, it's actually managed to better expose it and control the bright areas than the infamous P30 Pro. The Note isn't actually capturing as much information as that phone, and this becomes clear if we crop into a nighttime photo 20 times, but from a distance, a lot of its shots actually look better. The iPhone is the weakest out of the three, that much is clear. You can still use that ultra-wide camera at night, and it's a complete joy. You capture a totally new perspective, and the 5 times optical zoom on the Huawei really transcends the other two in this admittedly kind of niche scenario. There's little to complain about with flash. Brightness looks almost identical, but the Note 10 retains a cooler color temperature, which is good here. With selfies in low light, they're all different. I like the fact that Samsung and Huawei have a wider front camera, better if you wanted to get a group shot, but the iPhone's photos are more evenly exposed, although a little bit dark. When there's a lot of light, the Note and the P30 are generally more prone to overexposure, but in most cases it's a good result on all three. I do like the slight extra vibrance boost that Samsung is now consistently adding to photos. With video, though, the Smart HDR that the iPhone uses really comes into its own. It's such a powerful bit of software, it can even control the brightness of the sun itself. That said, the Note has a real advantage in that its front-facing video is in 4K resolution. That is a quantum leap over the 1080p on almost every other phone, but its stabilization isn't quite as good on this setting. You might also be wondering about audio quality, so here's a clip that I was originally planning to put at the beginning of the video. Alright guys, welcome to a camera comparison between the brand new Samsung Galaxy Note 10 Plus, iPhone XS Max and Huawei P30 Pro, and we're out here in New York for this launch. This is going to be incredible. Okay, so the scores are in, and the Note finishes right on top with 717 points. The P30 Pro a fair bit below that at 689, and the iPhone a long way behind that phone at 608. Generally speaking, in the things that it does do, the iPhone is an incredible camera, but a combination of the fact that the other two have an overwhelming amount of extra options to play with, and the fact that it has poorer low-light performance just puts it that bit behind. Anyways, the main takeaway here is that the Note is an exceptional camera. It not only has a plethora of modes, but in almost all cases consistently performs well within them. If you enjoyed this video, then I recently created a mega bit of content where I destroyed every single Galaxy S smartphone to date just to see if smartphones are getting weaker over time. So I'm going to link that from here, and my name is Aaron, this is Mr. Who's the Boss, and I will catch you in the next one.
What's up guys, Saf here on Super Saf TV and welcome to another Super Saf style camera comparison. This time it is of course the much awaited one between the iPhone 11 Pro Max versus the Samsung Galaxy Note 10 Plus. The most requested, thumbs up for that would be appreciated. Of course we're going to be looking at all aspects of the cameras. We're going to be looking at the front facing cameras, the rear facing cameras, all of the different lenses. We're also going to be looking at low light and also look out for the audio icon. Right. Now, we're at the front-facing cameras on both. What's great is we've got 4K recording on both for the first ever time. So let's test out the stabilization from the front-facing cameras on both here. So just walking, and now let's go ahead and run. Let me know what you think. Okay, now we've switched over onto 1080p just to see if the stabilization is any different at 1080p. So, walking, and let's go ahead and run again. Right, we've switched to the rear-facing cameras now. Of course, lots of light coming in from here. Let's move around a little bit onto this side. And now let's test out stabilization. So, just gonna walk for a bit. And when we get onto this path, let's run. Now we do have multiple lenses on both cameras, so we can optically zoom ×2 on both devices. And we also have the ultra wide, so what that means is we can get a whole load more into our shot. Check out that looks so cool. Right, so now we're going to test out stabilization, but on the ultra wide. So walking, let's go ahead and run. See what the dynamic range is like. We've just switched to 1080 now to see what the stabilization is going to be like, because you do have super steady mode on the Note 10 Plus when it comes to 1080. So just to show you the difference, 1080 on both. Let's go ahead and run. We can also switch to the ultra wide. So once again, 1080 on the ultra wide. Stabilization, boom. Right, for this final video test, we are gonna film at 60 frames a second. This video is gonna be exported out at 30, but just to kind of show you what these two look like when we have filmed at 60 frames a second. And let's see what the stabilization is at 60 FPS as well. There we go. Now we're just doing a quick low light video test. Well, there's some light coming from there, but let's just look at some darker areas. This is something a lot of people keep asking about, but I'm generally a little bit worried about my safety because I don't want to be touched up by a ghost or something. So if that happens, then I'm blaming you guys. But anyway, that is low light video. What's up guys, Saf here on Super Saf TV and welcome to another Super Saf style camera comparison, this time between the Samsung Galaxy Note 10 Plus and the Huawei. Light coming from there, but let's just look at some darker areas. This is something a lot of people keep asking about, but I'm generally a little bit worried about my safety because I don't want to be touched up by a ghost or something. So if that happens, then I'm blaming you guys. But anyway, that is low light video. Right, a new feature that we've got on both devices is zoom in audio. So the way this works is when you zoom in, it's also supposed to zoom in to the audio source and make things sound clearer. Let's test this out. Now we are zoomed in on both 2x optical and this is what it sounds like on both devices. We'll switch between these as well. Definitely let me know which one you think sounds better. Now we're going to test out the autofocus on the iPhone 11 Pro Max. Seems to be doing really well. Same test this time on the Samsung Galaxy Note 10 Plus. Also seems to be doing very well. Now the Note 10 Plus also has live focus video, which is supposed to blur the background while we're in video. Let me know what you guys think. I should be in focus and the background should be blurred. Now this feature, live focus, also has support for some effects like having the background in black and white while you're still in color. Yeah, let me know what you think. The Note 10 Plus also has live focus video from the front-facing camera, so it should be blurring the background out. And once again, you've got some effects and things that you can apply while you're in live focus video. So that's That's just one of the features that we've got here on the Note. Now, Apple's answer to this is slow-fees, slow motion selfies. Right, there is a lot to get through. That was the video. Now, before we move on to images, a quick reminder, if you haven't already, then be sure to subscribe and hit that bell icon. That way you won't miss any future Super SAF style coverage. Now, looking at what we're working with here, we've got a very similar triple camera setup on both devices. There's a primary, there's a telephoto, which is going to give you 2x optical zoom, and then there is an ultra wide. Now, the Note does have an additional depth sensor here as well. And for the ultra-wide camera, the Note does have a high resolution, but for the front-facing cameras, the iPhone has a high resolution. And just quickly to note as well that all images that you see have been taken on automatic. I haven't tweaked any settings, and that is to keep things as fair as possible. Let's get straight to it. Right, so starting off with an image outdoors in very good lighting, both doing an amazing job, great dynamic range on both devices, but we can definitely see some differences in color. The iPhone going towards the more natural, true to life colors, whereas the Note is going for the more vibrant, more saturated, punchy colors. This is something that I think you're going to notice throughout this comparison. It's something that Samsung devices tend to do. You may or may not like this. Some people do prefer that more punchy look straight out of the camera so you can share it straight away. Some people like more of a natural look, which you can edit later on. Now, testing out the telephoto camera on both devices, both once again doing really, really good. You've got around about the same zoom on both. Here, I do like the Note image better. It does seem to have better dynamic range. If you look towards that spaceman, more details in the shadows have been maintained on the Note compared to the iPhone. Now it's time to look at my favorite. The usuals will be ready for this. You have the regular angular view, and then boom, we have the ultra wide, and this lets you get so much into your shots. You guys know I'm a huge fan of ultra wide cameras, and both of them seem to be doing a good job. What I really like is that colors are consistent between the three cameras on both devices. However, I do notice that the Note is sharper. If we go in 200% towards the grass area especially, you can see that the iPhone is a little bit soft towards those areas, whereas the Note has maintained those details. That might be down to the fact that it's got a high resolution, 16 megapixels versus 12, but I do prefer the ultra-wide shots here on the Note. Now moving on to some more outdoor shots, primary camera, both doing very good overall. Colors are great, dynamic range is also very good on both devices. Using the telephoto camera once again does let you get in closer. Once again, color differences, but both are doing very good here. And then we've got, of course, the ultra wide, lots more into your shots. Once again, however, I do notice that the Note does seem to be sharper. Now, inside the Iconics and Pancras station, using the primary cameras, the colors, again, you can really notice the color differences here. The Note's definitely more vibrant. If you look towards I'm not sure what you call them, the metal rails that are holding up the roof, they seem more on the blue side on the Note, whereas you're definitely getting more of a natural tone on the iPhone. Now, if we do use the telephoto cameras, the color differences are there, but I'm noticing that the Note is sharper. So if we do go in 200% towards this clock, I am noticing the sharpness here on the Note. Now, I know the Note does sharpen in post, as far as I'm aware, but in this image, I do prefer it. And once again, boom, we have that ultra wide getting in so much more into your shots. This is a great example of how you can just really get some epic landscapes using the ultra wide. So I'm definitely digging the fact that we've got ultra wides on both of these. The Note, once again, sharper. We have the color differences as well. Now, I wanted to test the ultra wide even further, so I took it in a very tricky dynamic range situation. So we've got the sun coming in here from the background, and the color differences once again are here, but you can notice in the shadows, the Note has maintained more details there. It is brighter in those shadow areas, so I would say I do prefer the ultra wide so far on the Note compared to the iPhone. Now let's move on to portraits. This is one of my favorite areas.
Both seem to be doing a really good job here. I do definitely prefer the colors on the iPhone. It has maintained the dynamic range a little bit better as well. On the Note, if you look towards my t-shirt, some of the highlights have started to blow out, and it does seem to be a little bit washed out, in my opinion, on the Note compared to the iPhone. But the Note does seem to have better edge detection. If you look towards the edge of my glasses, that has been cut out better on the Note, and also that little, very little area in between my jacket, that has been blurred on the Note, but it hasn't been on the iPhone. Now that does seem to be thanks to that additional depth sensor on the Note, which is giving you a better job when it comes to edge detection, but I do prefer the colors on the iPhone. Now, one new thing that we've got on both devices, which is really cool, is that you can use the primary camera for portraits as well. And this will let you get wider portraits, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it's nice that we've got these here. And here, once again, we do have those color differences. The iPhone is maintaining those colors better, and it's also not as washed out. If you look towards the background, where the sun is hitting, things have been blown out a little bit on the Note, whereas those have been maintained on the iPhone. And you know, edge detection wise, I think both are doing roughly the same. They're both not doing great. I think you do get better edge detection when you are using the telephoto camera, not the primary camera. But the option is there if you need it. One thing that I'm noticing is that the Note does seem to have like a gradual blur. So if you look at the grass near where I'm standing, it does seem a bit more natural because you've got kind of that fall off blur, which is trying to replicate what you would get on a DSLR, whereas on the iPhone, that isn't as prominent. Another shot, and we've got a similar story here. Colors, once again, I do prefer on the iPhone. If you look towards my jacket, details have been better maintained on the iPhone. We do seem to have a bit of a washout on the Note, but edges have been detected better on the Note once again compared to the iPhone, especially again towards my glasses. You can see that the iPhone has struggled a little bit there, whereas the Note has done a better job. So, you know, we're getting a very similar theme here across the portrait images. Colors and dynamic range better on the iPhone, and edges seem to be better on the Note. Now, final portrait shot. This is something with some very harsh lighting in the sunlight, and here I definitely do prefer the iPhone. You can see that it's maintained colors a lot better, dynamic range as well. On the Note, things seem to be very washed out. If you look towards the background, there's a lot of highlights that have been blown out towards those windows, and it does make me look a little bit pale here, whereas the iPhone has maintained those details a lot better. Right, now the section that you've all been waiting for, low light. This is the first time we've got a night mode on the iPhone where it's going to take multiple exposures. I'm so glad that Apple have finally included this, because traditionally the Note has easily won when it's come to low light images. Here is an image that's taken on both devices, automatic default. So we're not using night mode on this shot, just to show you the difference. Both doing a good job actually, seem to be doing pretty well, but we do have quite a bit of light coming from the space sensor. But wait for it, boom, look at that. So now we've got the night mode. It has brightened up the shot so much better, and you've got a much more pleasing shot. I do like both shots here. I think both have done a good job. Both have clipped a few of the highlights from the lights, but that's fine. We've got a much better shot from both devices, and I really do like the night mode. I would call this one a bit of a draw. Now, another shot using night mode from the primary cameras, both doing a good job overall. If you do go in 200%, however, the iPhone does seem to be a tad sharper. If you look towards this sign, it does seem to be a tad sharper on the iPhone. So I do prefer that compared to the Note, but once again, both are doing a good job. Now, if you use the telephoto camera, so this is the 2x optical zoom, because night mode is available on both of these when you are using the 2x optical zoom. And here, I do prefer the iPhone overall, I think, because it's got the slightly wider f2.0 aperture. It is letting in that much more light, and it is giving you a brighter image, especially if you look towards the ground area. You can see that it is brighter on the iPhone compared to the Note. Now, what's interesting is that the iPhone doesn't have a night mode for the ultra-wide camera. The Note does. So I'm not sure why this is. I'm assuming because it's an f2.4 aperture. So Apple haven't applied the night mode to that. On the Note, however, you do have the night mode for the ultra-wide camera. And although it's not a perfect image, it is quite grainy and it's not as sharp. It's nice to have this because look at the difference here. you've got essentially a viewable shot, and you've got something which you can't actually see because it's completely black here. So I'm not sure why Apple haven't included this. I hope they can include it in the software update. But currently, when it does come to low light from the ultra wide, you know, you've got night mode versus no night mode, so it's a clear win here for the Note. Another shot outdoors in low light with the primary camera. Here I do prefer the iPhone. It's a brighter image overall. It's also a tad sharper, so I do prefer the iPhone here compared to the Note. And a final image indoors in low light. And here both are doing a good job. The Note is brighter, but it does seem to have a bit of a green tint. The seat that we've got in the image is gray, but it's definitely looking a bit more green on the Note. So although you are getting a brighter image, it is giving you a bit of a tint on the Note compared to that on the iPhone. Right, now let's look at selfies. So we've got a very similar selfie setup on both cameras. You have the regular, and this is gonna shoot around 7 megapixels, but if you do wanna go wide, then it's gonna allow you to get a lot more into your shot. So this is just as soon as you open the camera and you take a selfie. Both seem to be doing a very, very good job here. Great details. We've got great dynamic range as well. There's a bright background, but both have done a good job in maintaining those details. The Note does seem to have a bit of smoothing going on. I can definitely notice that even though beauty mode has been completely switched off, there is still a bit of smoothing going on, which I'm not a huge fan of. You might like that, but I'm personally not a huge fan of. And then we can use the wide, so you can switch between this manually if you'd like, and you can get a lot more of the background and yourself into the shot. It seems like the iPhone is a tad wider here, so you are getting a little bit more into your shot of the iPhone compared to that of the Note. But once again, I think both are doing a very, very good job. Now I wanted to test out dynamic range. So here's a situation where there is tricky dynamic range. It's a very bright background. And here the iPhone is definitely doing better. It's maintained details and colors in both the background as well as the foreground. Whereas I am appearing quite a bit darker on the Note compared to the iPhone. So here for dynamic range, I'm definitely liking the iPhone better, but I wanted to do some more tests, so I moved location slightly and I used the wide angle. And here I do prefer the Note. Although the iPhone has definitely focused on me and made me bright, it has blown out some of the background, whereas the Note, although it's a darker image overall, it has maintained the detail in the background as well as in the foreground. So here I prefer the Note. Now, portraits from the front-facing camera. Now this is interesting because I've quite struggled with the portrait mode from the front-facing camera on the Note. And it might just be specifically for me because, you know, I do have a beard and I tend to wear sunglasses a lot. But for me, it has been quite hit and miss because sometimes it'll do portrait mode, sometimes it'll tell me that it's taken a portrait shot, but when I go into the gallery, it's no longer a portrait shot. So that's something that I definitely do have to mention, and it's something that I've found quite frustrating with the Note. And it's something that wasn't there on the Samsung Galaxy S10 Plus. It's something that's never been a problem on the iPhone or the Google Pixels. So I'm not sure why this is, but anyway, when it does work, here is the result. So you can see that both actually have done a really good job. Differences in color, once again, I do prefer the colors on the iPhone better. I'm starting to look a little bit yellow on the Note image. If you look towards the back, that strip there is supposed to be white, but it is now yellow on the Note. So I am preferring the colors on the iPhone better here, but the edges seem to be a little bit better on the Note. If you look towards my hair, you can see that the iPhone has struggled a little bit, whereas the Note has kind of done a little bit of a better cutout. So this one is an interesting one. I do think that both are doing a pretty good job overall, however. And now one thing is that the iPhone, when you are in portrait mode, then it only lets you use the cropped in version. It doesn't let you use the wider version. On the Note, you can use both when it does work. And here you can see that we have a wider shot, still with that portrait effect. This is something that you can't do on the iPhone. It doesn't let you go wide when you are in portrait mode. Now here's another shot. Once again, you're noticing the color differences. I personally do prefer the iPhone colors a little bit better. The Note seems to be making me fairer, and there is still that smoothing that's going on the skin. And although the edge detection does seem to be slightly better, there seems to be a bit of a sort of halo effect going on because of the HDR on the Note. So again, I think it's going to come down to your personal preference, which one of these you like better. Now, low light selfies. So
What's up guys, Saf here on Super Saf TV and welcome to another Super Saf style camera comparison. This time it is of course between the Samsung Galaxy Note 20 Ultra and the iPhone 11 Pro Max. That has been the most requested on the channel recently, so a thumbs up for that would be appreciated. We're going to cover all aspects of the cameras, front facing, rear facing, images, video, low light, portrait, everything. I'll try to leave some timestamps down below because this will be a long video. We're starting off with the front facing cameras and we're going to test out stabilization. So walking and well, let's go ahead and run. Both smartphones can also film at 4K 60 frames a second. Dynamic range is usually affected when we switch to 4K 60, so this will be a good test to see how much of the cloud detail you can see in the background compared to when we were at 4K 30. And let's just test out stabilization at 4K 60. Now we've switched onto the rear-facing cameras. Both smartphones do allow us to switch to the ultra-wide as well as the zoom. So we've got up to 2 times optical zoom on the iPhone 11 Pro Max. On the Note 20 Ultra, you've got up to 5 times. So look how much closer you can get in with that 5 times optical zoom. Let's go ahead and test out stabilization at 4K 30 on the primary camera. Test out stabilization with the ultra wide cameras as well. So a walk into a run. Now 4K 60 from the rear facing cameras. One thing to note is that the iPhone does let you film 4K 60 from all the cameras, so that includes the ultra wide as well as the zoom. But on the Note 20 Ultra, you can only film at 4K 60 from the primary camera. There is no option to film 4K 60 from any of the others. So for the sake of it, stabilization at 4K 60. So just walking if you're vlogging or something, and now we can run. Now you do have 8K video on the Note 20 Ultra. It does crop in quite significantly when you are shooting at 8K, but it does give you a lot more resolution. Now because this video is at 4K, we can like crop in further and see that 1:1 8K resolution, which is insane. Now you'll notice I'm not moving too much, and that is because there is no stabilization at 8K. Understandably so, it is using a large part of the sensor, but yeah, something nice to have. So a quick low light video test for those of you who like to take videos in the dark. It's raining a little bit. See how the lights are handled. Just going in here to pick up my next car. Not really. Now testing the autofocus of the Note 20 Ultra, very, very fast. This is something that we were concerned about on the S20 Ultra, but definitely seems to have been fixed. Same test on the iPhone 11 Pro Max, and once again, working absolutely fine. Very fast and smooth. Now that was the video. Before we move on to images, if you like what you're seeing so far, then please do consider subscribing to the channel. There's lots of Super Saf style content that I post on here very regularly.
And let's look at what we're working with on both cameras. For the front-facing cameras, the iPhone does have a high resolution. And for the rear-facing cameras, we have triple cameras on both. They work similarly in that we have an ultra-wide camera, a primary camera, as well as a zoom camera. On the iPhone, the 12 megapixels across the board. On the Note 20 Ultra, the ultra-wide camera is 12 megapixels. The primary camera is actually 108 megapixels, although you'll be shooting at 12 megapixels 99% of the time anyway, and that is where you'll get the best software processing. And then we have a periscope zoom camera, which gives you 5 times optical zoom and up to 50 times digital zoom. The iPhone maxes out at 10 times digital zoom. And on the Note 20 Ultra, this time we also have laser autofocus, which definitely does help with autofocus, as you saw from the video examples earlier. The Note 20 Ultra also has a Pro Video and Photo app, so you can manually tweak settings, including lots of different audio options. This is something that's not available on the iPhone. On default anyway, you will have to download an external app such as Filmic Pro in order to have some of these features. Now let's get to the images. So what you'll notice from many of these examples is that both devices take absolutely great images in good light. We've got lots of detail, great dynamic range. Dynamic range does go back and forth. Some situations I prefer the iPhone, such as this one of my car. If you look at the front of the car and the shadow details, those are much better on the iPhone compared to the much darker tones on the Note 20 Ultra, in my opinion. But if we look at this shot of this sunset, the Note 20 Ultra has maintained a lot more detail in the foreground without blowing out the background at all. So I do like this shot on the Note 20 Ultra. So it is going to go back and forth. Now, one thing to bear in mind is that you do have a much larger sensor on the Note 20 Ultra. And let's just get this whole 108 megapixel thing out the way. So here's a shot taken at 12 megapixels. I do prefer the iPhone here, actually. It does seem to have better dynamic range. But if you do go ahead and switch to the 108 megapixels resolution on the Note 20 Ultra, you'll immediately notice that the image becomes a lot darker and you lose a lot of detail in the shadows. And that is because, as mentioned, it is not optimizing the software performance when you are shooting at that insane 108 megapixels resolution. This, however, does mean that you can crop in much further to this image. So if you look at both images side by side at 100%, on this 4K video, you can see that we can crop in much further on the Note 20 Ultra compared to that on the iPhone. Again, I think this is something that you'll probably use 1% of the time, 99% of the time. To get the best results from the Note 20 Ultra, you will want to shoot at around 12 megapixels, and that is what it's set to by default. Now, there's a few other things that you do have to bear in mind when you're using such a large sensor. The first thing is that you are going to get a shallow depth of field, a blurry background. So you can see these shots here of these leaves, and both look absolutely great. But on the Note 20 Ultra, just look at the leaves that are immediately behind the ones in focus, and you'll see on the Note 20 Ultra, they're completely blurred out, which gives you so much more isolation for the subject that is in focus. But having said that, you do have to also bear in mind that the area of focus with such a large size sensor is very, very small. So in this example, you can see that we've only got a very few flowers in focus, because the other ones are kind of a little bit more in the background. They are completely blurred out, whereas you're getting a much more pleasing shot on the iPhone here. So just something to bear in mind. Yes, that larger sensor does have some advantages, but it can have some disadvantages too. Now let's move on to the ultra-wide cameras. And I have to say that both smartphones have amazing ultra-wide cameras. They take some great shots. Now, as far as I can see, the iPhone does have a slightly wider angle of view. It's only by like a couple of degrees. I'm not sure it's really going to matter to many. And overall, I did prefer the dynamic range on the Note 20 Ultra. I'll show you a few examples here. So on this shot, we do have the sun beaming in the background. But look at the foreground elements on the Note 20 Ultra. So looking towards the building, for example, we do have better shadow details on the Note 20 Ultra compared to the iPhone. And again, looking at that same sunset with the ultra wide, we've got much, much more brighter shadow details here on the Note 20 Ultra compared to that on the iPhone. It has overexposed the sun a little bit on the Note 20 Ultra, But overall, I do prefer the dynamic range on the Note 20 Ultra when it comes to the ultra-wide camera. Now, you guys might remember me complaining quite a bit about the S20 Ultra's ultra-wide camera, which didn't have great dynamic range. So it looks like Samsung has taken that feedback on board, and they've definitely improved the dynamic range on the ultra-wide camera of the Note 20 Ultra. So thumbs up for that. Now, of course, we do have to look at the zoom. So here are a few examples with the zoom capabilities of both of these smartphones. So initially going to 2x. So this is what the iPhone has optically. On the Note 20 Ultra, it seems to be using the primary camera, but it's kind of like punching in. And this is definitely noticeable because the iPhone is giving you a sharper overall result, which you can definitely notice when we do go 100%. Now, do keep this thought in mind because we'll be touching on that a little bit later. Now, when we get to 5x, then this is where the periscope zoom capabilities of the Note 20 Ultra really shine. You can see that we've got a much sharper and crisper image on the Note 20 Ultra compared to the 5x digital zoom that we've got on the iPhone. Now, if we do go in times 10, which is the maximum digital zoom on the iPhone, on the Note 20 Ultra, it's actually using a hybrid of optical and digital zoom. And you'll see once again, we have a much sharper image on the Note 20 Ultra. The Note 20 Ultra does go in even further. So just trying out 50x here, you can actually read this sign, which is quite a way away. Let's skip back to 1x and back to here, 50x. Look at how much you can actually see. It'd be impossible to read this sign with your eyes at that distance. So 50x is there, and I'm glad that Samsung haven't plastered it on the camera like they did on the S20 Ultra. So bravo Samsung for taking that feedback on board. Now testing out the zoom further. So using the primary cameras, I actually prefer the iPhone shot here. You've got better dynamic range. Now when you do use the 2x optical zoom on the iPhone, you can see that once again it is sharper compared to that on the Note 20 Ultra. But then as soon as we go to 5x, the Note 20 Ultra, as expected, is giving you a sharper image. At 10x, once again, much sharper compared to the iPhone. And then we can do 20x, and we can even go up to 50x. Yes, it's not an amazing image. It's not something that you're going to share on your Instagram grid. And again, I want to emphasize that because Samsung hasn't really put an emphasis on this 50x zoom as much, I'm okay with having it. You don't have to use it all the time. The 5x works really well, and the 10x also works really, really well. Now let's move on to portraits. So here's where we're going to be talking about that 2x in a short while. So firstly, taking a portrait shot from the primary cameras on both. I do prefer the dynamic range on the iPhone. You can see more shadow details in my full black outfit compared to that on the Note 20 Ultra. I think both are doing a good job overall in terms of the edge detection. One thing that I do like on the Note is that you do have a gradual depth of field. So if you look towards the floor of where my feet are, that area is in focus like it would be if you were using a regular mirrorless or DSLR Pro camera. But then the fall off of that blur is a little bit more natural on the Note 20 Ultra compared to that on the iPhone. Now, if we go on and use the 2x portraits on both devices, this is generally the focal length which gives you the best looking portraits. It's at around 50mm, which is generally the focal length that works best on smartphones for portraits. You'll see that the iPhone is doing much better here. You've got much better dynamic range. On the Note 20 Ultra, you can see the side of my head is completely blown out. Edge detection is actually really good on both, but the Note 20 Ultra is also noticeably softer compared to the iPhone. Now, the reason why this seems to be is because the iPhone is using optical zoom to get this portrait, whereas because there is no 2x optical, as we saw earlier on the Note 20 Ultra, it seems to be punching into the primary camera, which is giving you an overall softer result. This is also noticeable here. You'll see that the iPhone is giving you a much sharper image. Edge detection, I think, is fine on both. They're both doing a very, very good job. But here's an advantage that you will get on the iPhone 11 Pro Max. Because of that dedicated 2x, it is going to be better for portraits. Now let's move on to low light. So here is a shot taken with no fancy modes. It's just using the automatic, and both seem to be doing pretty well. The iPhone does seem to be doing a little bit better. But then when we do switch on the respective night modes on both, I think both are doing really, really good. The iPhone does appear to be brighter here, but I can see some more noise in the cloud area, whereas the Note 20 Ultra is a little bit cleaner. Under the shots in low light, I think both are doing absolutely fine here. Very good results on both. I'd call this one a draw. Now, this shot, I do prefer the Note 20 Ultra because if you look towards the Bentley sign, this has been blown out on the iPhone, whereas that's been maintained on the Note 20 Ultra. And you've also got more detail in the tree areas on the Note 20 Ultra compared to that of the iPhone. Here's another low light shot. And again, I do prefer the Note 20 Ultra here. If you look towards the slabs, they are sharper on the Note 20 Ultra compared to the iPhone 11 Pro Max. Now, I think this might partly be because you do have that larger sensor. It is going to be able to capture more light compared to the iPhone 11 Pro Max. Now, let's look at the ultra-wide cameras, and this is where things get quite interesting. So, taking a shots on both on automatic, the Note does seem to be giving us a sharper result, and it's also brighter. But the Note 20 Ultra does have night mode for the ultra-wide camera. This is something that's just not available on the iPhone. It's something that I have talked about before. So here it is night and day. The Note 20 Ultra just giving you a much better result thanks to the night mode that's available on the ultra-wide camera. Here's another example. Once again, just night and day here. The Note 20 Ultra just doing much better. I don't know why Apple haven't included the night mode for the ultra-wide camera, but it really does let it down in low light situations. One more example, and again, the iPhone, I mean, the image is completely not usable and it's just blurry, whereas the Note 20 Ultra is actually giving you a very sharp and usable image from the ultra-wide camera. Now, just testing out the zoom in low light, you do have night mode on both the zoom cameras. It's hard to really measure because we do have 5x versus 2x, but I mean, it's there and it does work and it does help. Now let's look at some selfies, and overall I think both do a really, really good job. We've got lots of detail, slight differences in skin tone, but generally speaking, they are absolutely fine. One thing I do have to mention is that I did have to switch off skin smoothing on the Note 20 Ultra because it did really struggle and it seemed to mess up the images. So I did switch that off, and I would advise you do the same. Now, both smartphones do have a wide option for selfies, and this will allow you to get maybe more people into your shot, more of your background into your shot. And you can see once again, both are doing a very, very good job overall. The iPhone is wider compared to the Note 20 Ultra, something to bear in mind. Now here again, you can see that the iPhone is slightly wider, but both are doing an excellent job. You've got lots of detail. You can see all the detail on my beard. Dynamic range is also really good on both. You can see a bit of the tree detail in the background. Now let's look at the selfie portrait mode. So this is where it's going to try to blur the background. And here I think both are doing a really, really good job. I do prefer the skin tones on the iPhone, but I do prefer the edge detection on the Note 20 Ultra. It's done a very nice sharp edge around my glasses and everywhere. The iPhone is not really doing bad, but I do prefer the Note 20 Ultra a little bit here. And the Note 20 Ultra also gives you the option of using portrait mode with the wider field of view. This is something that you can't do on the iPhone. As soon as you switch to portrait, it crops in, and that is your only options. So the Note 20 Ultra will give you a bit more flexibility. Although edge detection is not as good, you can see towards the edge of my sunglasses, this has been blurred out a little bit. So just something to bear in mind, but I do like having that option here. Now here's another shot using the portrait mode. Here the iPhone has got the side of my sunglasses, but it has blurred out a lot of my hair, whereas the Note 20 Ultra has blurred out my sunglasses. It has done a good job of my hair, but you've got quite a bit of the C in the back on the Note, whereas the iPhone has isolated me a little bit better here. Once again, the Note does have the option of the ultra wide from the front-facing camera for portraits. Again, it has missed the side of my sunglasses, but it is doing a good job overall. Now, looking at some low light selfies. So neither are doing good here. Lots of noise on the iPhone. The Note 20 Ultra is brighter, but it's completely lost all the color. I'm looking like a zombie here. The iPhone does have better colors. Neither are amazing. Now, the Note 20 Ultra does have night mode from the selfie camera as well. So if you do use this, you'll see that we get a much brighter image. Once again, colors are a little bit off, but I would prefer this image compared to that on the iPhone. And then we've got the selfie flash. So this is where the front screen is illuminated to give you some more light. And the Note 20 Ultra giving you a sharper image. It's a brighter image as well. But once again, I do prefer the colors on the iPhone. They are much more true to my skin tone, whereas the Note 20 Ultra is washing things out a little bit. Right, so that was a lot to cover. I think overall, both excellent smartphones, and you really can't go wrong with either of these for photography and video. Now, if you ask me for my thoughts and opinions, of course, the Note 20 Ultra does give you the additional zoom, so you are getting the advantage there of 5x, 10x if that's something that you're into. But the iPhone does give you better images at 2x, and that's especially useful when you are trying to take portrait shots. So if you are somebody who likes taking lots of portraits, then the iPhone is going to be the better option here. Now, for images in good light, honestly speaking, you can't go wrong with either of these. They both take excellent images. Dynamic range, as mentioned, can go back and forth. You do have quite a large sensor on the Note 20 Ultra, which, as mentioned, can have some advantages as well as some disadvantages. In low light, the Note 20 Ultra, I believe overall does get the advantage, did give some better low light images in my opinion, and that does seem to be thanks to that larger sensor size. And also you have the option of the night mode for the ultra wide camera, something that you don't have on the iPhone 11 Pro Max. And speaking of the ultra wide camera, I think both were very, very good, but I did prefer the Note 20 Ultra, which I believe does have overall better dynamic range. Now, when it comes to video, it was very interesting because I think both smartphones give you great quality video. When it came to stabilization, the Note 20 Ultra did seem more stable, but it does kind of make the image a lot softer because there are a lot more vibrations, whereas I believe the iPhone, even though it might not appear as stable, does keep everything sharp and in focus, which I do like. Now, the Note 20 Ultra does have 8K video, so if that is something that you're into, you might like that. Now, as I mentioned earlier on, you do lose things like stabilization, so it is going to be quite limited to what you can do with the 8K. You're going to have to use a gimbal, you might have to have it mounted on a tripod, but nevertheless, the option is there. However, when you are shooting at 4K 60, then the Note 20 Ultra, you can only use the primary camera. You can't use the ultra-wide camera. You can't use the periscope zoom camera. And these are things that you do have on the iPhone 11 Pro Max. So for video overall, it does seem to be a little bit of a draw. Even if you look at the low light video, there were certain situations where I liked the iPhone. It did seem to be brighter around the trees, but then it was a little bit choppy when we moved from one area to another, and it seems to be dropping the frame rates to capture more light. So, again, it did go back and forth. Now, for front-facing video, the iPhone was a little bit wider, but the Note 20 Ultra was more stable. So it looks like the Note 20 Ultra does crop in a little bit to achieve that stabilization. So that's just something to bear in mind. And also, it did seem to have better dynamic range when we were at 4K 60 from the front-facing cameras. For selfies, I think both did an excellent job. The iPhone is slightly wider, but as soon as you go onto portrait mode, you no longer have that wider field of view. And then the Note 20 Ultra has the option for a wider field of view. For low light, the Note 20 Ultra does give you a brighter image, but the colors are better on the iPhone. Slow motion, both can do up to 240 frames a second. They do great. The Note 20 Ultra does have super slow motion, so that option is available, although this is just at 720p and it is just a small burst of slow motion. And for audio, I'm gonna let you go back and have a listen. I think both record great quality audio. Now, overall, I wanna emphasize again that both smartphones are absolutely excellent, and you can't really go wrong with either of these for images and a video. They both take amazing shots. Now, I do also want to clarify that, yes, I am fully aware that the iPhone 11 Pro Max is almost a year old now. So some of you may say that this comparison is unfair, but if anything, I was very impressed with the iPhone and how it actually went toe-to-toe with this newer device, and in some areas actually beats it. But of course, the real test and real comparison will be when the iPhone 12 Pro is out in a couple of months. And of course, we're going to be doing a Super Sav style camera comparison as soon as that's out. If you want to see that first, then be sure to subscribe and hit that bell icon. I also want to say that I'm very impressed with
What's going on, everyone? This is Kevin here, coming at you with 5 reasons to buy the Motorola Moto G Stylus 5G 2023. So without further ado, let's get started. Now, the Moto G Stylus 5G 2023 launched very recently in June of this year. Now, this device features a very affordable MSRP of just $399, and this phone is packed full of different features and abilities that makes it well worth that price. Now, keep in mind though that as time goes on, prices might change, there might be various promotions as well. And then also, if you do want to look into getting this phone at a carrier, you'll definitely save a lot of money compared to buying it factory unlocked. So definitely some things worth considering. But I have linked to this phone in the video description for your convenience. Now, I will admit, it was tough coming up with a top 5 list about this phone because there's way more things than just 5 that I like about it. But coming in at number 1 definitely has to be the build materials of this phone. Now, it is a bit disappointing that it is made completely of plastic, besides the display, which is made of glass. However, given the limitations of materials that Motorola had to work with, I feel like they made the best of the plastic build here. This phone looks and feels a lot more premium than it actually is. And in addition to that, I like that the back of the phone features a more frosted look to it versus having a glossy back, because it doesn't really pick up any fingerprints at all. So even though I've been using the phone and holding the phone for a while, you can't see fingerprints on the device, which really can't be said for smartphones that have glossy backs. My only recommendation though with this device is that I would pair it up with a case so that you can protect the phone from getting scratched up. Plastic is definitely way more prone to getting scratched up compared to glass or metal, so just something to keep in mind there. My second favorite thing about the Moto G Stylus 5G 2023
Hello friends, today I will compare HTC U23 Pro versus HTC U24 Pro. Dimensions.
case in the future. The rear has this beautiful satin finish, but it's not. This might be the most covered phone we've ever produced videos for before getting to a full review. Our initial hands-on detailed all the new features. Our real audio review digs deep on the headphone and speaker playback. Our real camera review has a great reveal on just how good the dual camera system is. And if you missed our V20 versus V10 comparison, then you missed one of the best reveals we've ever shot on the microphone quality. It's about 4 minutes into the comparison, and we have them all linked in the description below this video. As such, what you're watching right now might feel more like a long-term recap than our usual phone review. For all we can praise about this phone, that has to be tempered against the fact that this was one of the poorer phone launches of recent memory. LG just couldn't get the timing right on this beast. Announcing the phone a day before the iPhone, claiming to be the first phone with Nougat, but in many markets falling behind the Pixel, sending out pre-release units weeks before final carrier versions were produced, this all contributed to a somewhat muted response for the V20. Tech outlets and blogs can't make up the difference what a proper advertising campaign should achieve. Even with some fun spots from Hit Record, it just doesn't seem that LG has really communicated what makes this phone unique to potential customers. And it's a shame. What with the huge phablet void left by the Note 7, this would be a prime opportunity for any large screen device to try and fill that spot. Now, getting on with the V20, this phone is a monster. Our first impressions confirmed. This is not a soft, friendly, all-rounder smartphone. It's a multimedia powerhouse. Our concerns over the change in build and design were calmed after this phone survived a handful of drops during our real camera review. It's a tough bugger, though we're likely going to use a case in the future. The rear has this beautiful satin finish, but it's not quite as easy to hold on to as the V10 was with its grippy back. The major build concerns here, we're not quite as confident in this camera housing. There's a plastic guard circling the lenses, and we'd highly recommend you leave this in place. Underneath is one continuous piece of glass, and as this is raised from the back of the phone, it becomes a prime target for potential abuse. Content creators' dream. As mentioned earlier, we have a trio of videos to dig in deep on audio and camera performance, but as a quick recap here, this is a content creator's dream phone. For all the comments we get from folks telling us we shouldn't judge phone cameras and microphones against professional gear, or regular people just don't shoot this way, the V20 stands as a formidable counter-argument. More than any other device we've reviewed, audio and video from the V20 has worked its way into our content nearly seamlessly. Did we mention the V20 versus V10 comparison? You should watch around the 4-minute mark there. No spoilers here. The V20 is overkill for folks looking at covering the basics or shooting full auto on overprocessing HDR modes to get those good colors. That should be understood in the V20's price tag, but we live in an era where slapping the word pro on a device just means better. Like, game consoles can be pro hardware, not so much. LG's V-series phones should be understood as pro devices. The auto modes are capable, but this device lights up once you start participating in creating your content. For those who want it, the V20 gives users plenty of room to grow. The audio game is on point. You get a good speaker, as good as a mono bottom-firing speaker really can be, but the headphone jack leaps to the top of our list. This is the best, no better. I could go on, but why? This rocks. Lastly, battery life is still one area where the V-series might give some people concerns. It's well improved over the V10, but powerhouse performance comes with bigger power draw. Our media test, streaming 30 minutes of HD video over Wi-Fi at 190 lux, the V20 drained 7% of its battery. Really using the cameras or the hi-fi DAC can cut into your runtime too. The recharge game is better than average though. 30 minutes on the included charger resulted in a 40% top-off. And of course, investing in a spare battery can help you out during an extended run in the field, this being one of the last premium devices to still offer a user-removable battery. So let's wrap this up. Where's that leave us with the LG V20? Well, it should be pretty clear by now that this is personally my favorite phone of the year. LG's lame launch notwithstanding, no other phone has come anywhere near aiding me in getting my work done and delivering on my favorite fun features. For folks who aren't Pocketnow editors, the recommendation hinges on a couple key questions. Would you pay a premium for expanded camera controls, high-quality microphones, and the absolute best headphone jack on any phone likely ever produced. Can you handle mid-pack battery life, and can you trade enhanced water resistance to gain enhanced drop protection and that removable battery? If you're nodding, more than shaking your head no, then the V20 is likely a good fit for you too. With a focus on professional features, the V20 might stand as a niche device, but it's the undisputed king of its niche. Just a shame that many people won't even know it exists. As always, thanks so much for watching. Be sure to subscribe to this channel for more reviews like these, and check out the incredible number of videos we've already produced on this phone to get the full scoop on camera and audio performance. For Pocket Now, I'm Juan Carlos Bag.
I think it's fair to say LG shot for the moon with its modular G5 from earlier this year, and it didn't quite make it. That's what makes the new LG V20 so much more interesting. After all, this is the company's second chance at crafting a flagship phone for 2016, and they've done a pretty good job of it. Right off the bat, it's not going to win any style points. I find the V20's look to be pretty boring, but it is at least well built. It's made out of a special aluminum alloy that's both lightweight and really resistant to drops, and it's capped off on the top and bottom by polycarbonate to give it an extra bit of drop protection. At the risk of sounding a little repetitive, the V20 is not modular, but you can at least pop off its metal backplate and swap out the 3200 mAh battery, which is probably for the best since it only lasted about 12 hours on a single charge. Now that's not bad, but definitely not as good as what we've seen from some of the V20's competitors. That said, the time you do get to spend with the V20 should be pretty fun. It has a beautiful 5.7-inch Quad HD Quantum display, which works really well in broad daylight. The big draw, however, is the tiny display that sits above it, which gives you quick access to apps, shortcuts, music controls, favorite contacts, and a signature, which, for the record, you can fill up with emoji. Sad to say, aside from the music controls that you can use while the main screen is off, the second screen does still feel really gimmicky. There isn't a whole lot of use for it, and frankly, I just stopped using it after about a week. LG did do a great job with audio though. When you plug in a pair of headphones into the V20, the Hi-Fi Quad DAC fires up, and that gives all of your music a dose of liveliness and warmth that just wasn't there before. Now this happens across the board. I can't imagine why anyone wouldn't want to use this. So yeah, there's an emphasis on media consumption on the V20, and it's a very good device for that job. What's more interesting is how LG has tried to turn this into a device that's great at creating media as well. For example, you can use a trio of onboard microphones to record really high quality audio, and I've been really surprised at how good these recordings sound. It's so good, in fact, that while LG would probably prefer it if I use it to record me playing guitar really badly, I've been using the V20 as a work aid to record interviews. This emphasis on creation extends to the cameras too, although I do just wish they were a little bit better. But let's back up for a second first. Most of the time you'll be using the main 16 megapixel camera with an f1.8 aperture and optical image stabilization. Now, that sounds great, and it can be very good. My issue is really just one of consistency. I could pick up a Galaxy S7 or one of the Google Pixels and get good-looking photos just about every time, but the same can't be said of the V20. When you shoot in auto mode, it does have a tendency to expose things a little bit incorrectly or lose a bit of detail. Those same issues apply to the smaller 8-megapixel wide-angle camera, but you also have to deal with lens distortion, a bit of a fisheye effect when you're shooting pulled back all the way. Switching between the two cameras can be a little bit tricky too, if only because it's just not very seamless. You can tap a button to switch between the two cameras on the fly, but if you're using the zoom slider or pinching to zoom, you'll notice a bit of a delay as the phone switches from one camera to the next, and that delay can make all the difference between getting the shot you wanted and not. It should be easier to get good-looking photos out of the V20, but it is made up for by the fact that its manual mode is the best that I've used on any smartphone camera to date. It's really intelligently laid out, the results look fantastic. I can't stress this enough, if you're the kind of person who enjoys shooting with really fine-grained controls, you're going to find a lot to like here. Those manual controls also come in handy when you're shooting video with the V20. Footage is generally bright and above average in quality. I just wish the image stabilization that LG and Qualcomm talked up at the V20 launch event worked a little bit better. Now, beyond all of these power user features, is a device that's ultimately very familiar. It does have a Qualcomm Snapdragon 820 chipset inside with 4 GB of RAM and an Adreno 530 GPU. That should sound familiar to just about anyone who's looked at a flagship Android phone this year, and the V20 does run Android 7.0 Nougat with LG's custom interface just slathered all over it. If nothing else, the LG V20 does give you the flagship level
Hey, what's up guys? Apex Does Tech here, and in this video I just want to give you guys a vlog update.